The Partial Breakaway Podcast with your hosts Nick and Junior and producer Vince, bringing you elite fantasy hockey information to help you win your fantasy leagues and win at life.
Of the Partial Breakaway Podcast. I am your co-host, Nick, and today, special guest, no, it's not Junior, it is not Vince, it is co-host Mike.
Co-host?
Co-host. Well, you're listener Mike, and now today you've become co-host Mike. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. I am honored to be at this prestigious table, let me tell you.
It is quite prestigious in our studio. We're happy to have you.
Thank you very much.
And I'm extremely excited to start this live NHL draft for 2025. Yeah. This is the McGillney of episodes.
Yeah, you guys, that's right. Eh? You have, you guys are calling out jerseys, players, player numbers.
Episode 89.
I'm not good at these things.
Well, McGillney is pretty much the person that has waited a very long time, yes, but has been announced to the Hockey Hall of Fame.
A damn shame, eh? Wouldn't you say?
Yes, damn shame. A lot of people were talking about the fact that Carey Price was in a first ballot Hall of Famer. I don't know if that's...
doesn't bother me. I don't know if it bothers Carey Price. But look, it is what it is. He's gonna get in. I think everyone's pretty confident of that. And when he does, it doesn't matter if it was first ballot or not.
That's right. It's a shame because he had quite a bit of injuries, mostly the Chris Kreider running into his knee and ruining his knees for a long time. That run all the way to the finals against Tampa was spectacular. Yeah. Not that season, but previous seasons to that, he had won the Hart, he had won the Vezina multiple times. Yeah. So we're talking about somebody that is going to become a Hall of Famer. Yeah. First ballot doesn't seem like that's what it's going to be.
Look, obviously. It is what it is. I mean, you could be McGillney, right?
You could be McGillney, who you could tell deserved this for quite a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that was one of those, if you had any gripes with the Hall of Fame and the Hall of Fame process, if you had any reservations about how they do things, I think that's the one that stood out the most.
Absolutely.
McGillney just not being there for this long.
It just didn't make sense.
No, it really didn't. And look, I can't speak to why it took so long, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
We're here now. Hopefully they could do right by some of the players coming up in future Hall of Fame inductees.
And we started off this podcast and to date with some rumors about the New York Islanders who are now on the clock. And are
they on the clock already?
Well, I mean, they're starting at 7:00 that it's starting. It's 7:00 now. So technically
they have the extended clock.
They have the extended clock, exactly. Yeah. They're going to start off by introducing the location of the draft. They're going to talk about Los Angeles a bit. They're going to show some fans waving.
Yeah, of course.
So this is live, and we're doing it live reaction to the actual draft.
It looks nice over there, eh?
It does look very nice.
It's a nice warm day over here. We got a bit of rain.
It's unfortunate that it's decentralized in a way.
Yeah.
Because it would have been nice to have it everybody in the same room and you kind of see
I agree.
All the tables of the general managers. And it was always exciting when you kind of saw people talking to other teams and walking by other tables. And you're saying, oh, look, is that Kent Hughes walking to Los Angeles?
You know, they're hiding their mouth or whatever.
Exactly.
Putting a place card in front.
But this is how the NFL does it. And we'll see how it turns out today. I heard that it's probably the last time they're doing it like this. So you should be honored. You're here representing the last time they're doing a decentralized draft.
Look at that, eh?
As far as we know.
Look at that. Fantastic.
A big trade happened right before we went live on air, actually a few hours before, but still I think it's worth it for us to talk about since we're waiting for the draft to actually get started. And that was the Noah Dobson trade.
Yeah, tell me about it. I mean, before we went live, I told you I had to run to the car to get my wire because I blew through all my battery on my phone.
Absolutely.
Just following this. It was spectacular.
It was from yesterday when I was bringing co-host, producer Vince to the airport. I was not paying attention to Vince very much because I was on my phone the entire time trying to figure out, is he actually getting traded? Columbus was in the mix.
Yeah.
We heard that there was possibly Detroit in the mix as well.
Yeah, the Blues, I think, at one point
the Blues were
in the
mix, but he ends up going to the Habs. And I think the Habs made out really well here. Now, there's some people that might argue, well, $9.5 million for 8 years for Noah Dobson. How are you going to have enough money to afford a Hudson after that? But when you're able to get a first pairing right-handed defenseman who's 6'4", who has shown in the NHL, he's in his prime, he's 25 years old. He's shown in the NHL that he could produce numbers. He had a 70-point season 2 seasons ago. Last season he had a little bit of an underwhelming 50-point season. But I don't think you're getting him necessarily for all those points. You're getting him because he stabilizes your team in the back end. And all you gave up was a fourth liner right now in Heineman, who I love Heineman. But for Noah Dobson, 2 first-round picks and Heineman.
Yeah. So I agree. You're not buying you're not buying the 70-point Dobson from last year and then just hoping, this guy's going to get you 80 or 90 points. You're buying the guy who put up 70 points. And I think this year, while he did take a step back on the points, and you're going to hear a lot of conversation about Noah Dobson needing the power play to kind of shine when it comes to offense. But he's made improvements on the defensive side. I think we all have an understanding that Dobson's not going to be, the best defensive stalwart. Yeah. So, but he is young. He's 25 years old. He's going to mature there. He's going to get coached. That part is going to improve. And so when the defensive part of the game improves, and we've already seen some offense there, and with the experience coming, I think this guy is going to be fantastic. I think he's going to be fantastic. I think he's going to be a staple on the Montreal Canadiens for any sort of playoff runs going forward.
Absolutely. And I feel like it was something that was missing.
Absolutely.
Because last year, we're talking about them going up against Washington in the playoffs. And they kind of ran out of gas getting into the playoffs. That was an achievement in itself.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have, I don't know exactly what the breakdown is, but let's just say, half that team is rookies and maybe people in their players in their sophomore years. Are they used to playing 82 games at the NHL level and then going into the playoffs? So these are things that to be expected when you have a really young team. They're going to run out of gas towards the end of the year, and that's going to come. It's going to come together. They're going to get their footing, and they're going to understand what it is to play 84 soon, 84 games soon.
84 games. Yeah, that's right.
We'll talk more about that in a bit. But yeah, it's a grind. The NHL season is a grind, and the playoffs are a grind. The playoffs, it's incredible because a lot of people don't really factor this in. But if you do a long run in the playoffs, you're looking at like an extra 30 games.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's 110 games right there.
That's a lot of hockey.
Minimum.
Yeah. So, I mean, the Montreal Canadiens aren't making deep runs into the Stanley Cup Finals right now, but, every team goes through this. Every team has to play those hard games, those hard minutes.
Well, I just love the fact of how he fits in the Montreal Canadiens because we were talking about it a little bit before, and you have Caden Gooley, who seems to be more defensive than anything else. He does have a little bit of offense to his game, some puck-moving ability. But his right side had to be Reinbacher, who hasn't even played an NHL game yet, so very, very young. Mailloux, who has shown that he could be an NHL player, still a lot of growing to do on his side because defensively he's just not there yet. But he did make the All-Star, the AHL All-Star a couple of years in a row now. So having a Gooley and a Dobson pairing on the top, and then having Lane Hudson playing with Reinbacher, you're talking about 4 guys that could be for a decade long, if not more.
A staple on the team.
On the team.
Absolutely.
That's good
4 strong pillars right there that you can really count on.
That's right.
And again, going back to the age thing, these guys are young. They're going to grow together. They're going to eat together. They're going to do outings together. They're going to be on this team for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
And they're gonna find a way. It's gonna be their job to find a way to gel and to execute. And I think I think these four guys that you just mentioned are very capable of that.
Yeah. Yeah. Are you surprised a bit that the Islanders did not ask for a Reinbacher, or maybe that the trade didn't involve a Reinbacher or a Mailloux?
Yes, I am. I definitely expected. I thought the Montreal Canadiens were going to hold pretty strong on Reinbacher, so I didn't expect him to go. But I thought Mailloux for sure was expendable here, and I'll get your thoughts on this too, because now that they've acquired Dobson, is Mailloux expendable?
That's a good point.
Do we have room for a Mailloux?
Is he really going to be satisfied being the number 6?
Well, that's it. And I mean, the two things can happen here. Either he could play, number 6 and not have enough ice time to flourish, or come out strong, and now he's busting out of that number 6 position and kind of forcing your hand to either play him more minutes or up the lineup or send them out.
Yeah. And the key here, I think, is that Reinbacher and Mailloux are both ready to make the jump, or at least they're
ready to start
both
playing.
on the cusp.
Yeah, that's
they're both
right.
on the cusp.
Yeah.
So when you have you lose a David Savard, you lose that veteran leadership on the right hand side, you really didn't have a lot of options other than forcing Mailloux and Reinbacher to come in maybe a little bit early, because the only other guy there is Carriere right now, who's a right-handed D.
Yeah.
Or you're playing Jack-Eye on the offside, or you're playing Struble on the offside, which is not ideal in a team that is hoping to make the playoffs again. And I say hoping because I think they took a big step forward.
Well, I think with this deal today, they're absolutely sending out a message. And that message is that we want the playoffs.
Yeah.
We want to start winning. And this rebuild we had was fun.
Yeah.
But it's time to get to work.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So we're just waiting here in order for the draft to actually begin, as the round 1 pick 1 has not started yet, which we were expecting about 7:15.
Yeah, for sure. There's always some sort of festivities right in the beginning.
Now,
announcements.
I'll make another comment here on a team that doesn't have a first round pick, and then another team that doesn't have a first round pick. So this is going to be like our mini odd man rush, I guess. But Tavares signed for 4 years.
Yeah, what a sweetheart deal, eh?
It's 4.38.
4.38, 4 years. Yeah.
Now that's a sweetheart deal, because
Yeah,
on
tell
the
me
open
about
market, I was expecting him to get much, much more.
Well, I mean, I would expect that him on the open market, you're looking at 7+ minimum, right? Just as a starter.
Absolutely.
So taking 4 years, 4.38 is absolutely a sweetheart deal. It's absolutely a hometown discount, however you want to call it, however you want to slice it. He basically said, I want to be here and I want to win. And if this is what it needs to be, then so be it.
That's right. And I mean, looking at his counterpart, I guess you want to call it, or another center in the NHL that just signed, is Sam Bennett, 8x8. So
yeah, that just broke, eh?
That just broke right as we were starting the podcast here. And 8x8 for Sam Reinhart. I'm going to ask for your take here, but Bill Zito did come out and say that we're going to try to keep everybody.
Yeah, and good for him, and absolutely, he should absolutely try to. You're back-to-back champions. Why wouldn't you run it back?
Absolutely.
There's absolutely no reason to say you wouldn't try to bring all your pieces back and go for it again.
Yeah.
They're proven winners, and from what we saw from Bennett this playoffs was something to marvel at. This guy was phenomenal at every level, at every stage of the game, against every opponent that they went through the entire from the first what are we calling that, first round,
right,
all the way to the cup. He played it perfectly, and they made adjustments. His lines made adjustments. The coaching staff made adjustments with the players too. Just all around fantastic job, and he really, really, really shined. And he deserves at least an extra $1.5 million, I'd say, on top of what he got. And so again, just like Tavares, this is a guy who just won back-to-back cups, and he's telling the team and he's telling the fans, I want to be here. I want to keep doing this. And if it just means a little less money.
Well, I mean, so it means a little bit less money, but at the same time, you're paying somebody for his playoff performance, which usually you don't see it done that way, right?
That's right.
Usually you're going to see guys that are doing this for the regular season performance. If you're getting 70 points in 70 games, you're going to be paid like a point per game player, and that's always been the narrative.
Yeah, typically that's the structure, right? They always put you up against comparables.
That's right.
So and it's tough to compare Sam Bennett. Like
it is. He's a 50-point player.
Well, that's it. I mean, you got 20 goals during the regular season. You're making $8.5 million, or what was it? 8 flat, right?
8 on the dot.
8 on the dot. So you're making $8 million and you score 20 goals in the regular season. That's not. I mean, it's okay, but it's nothing to sneeze at. And but yeah, the playoffs performance really speaks volumes here.
Yeah, and you're getting paid for playoff, which is rare. But I mean, now all of a sudden, and it's a copycat league, but all of a sudden you're seeing all these other teams talk about a Sam Bennett. I want that type of player.
Yeah, everybody wants them.
And in this draft, you were actually seeing some guys that are going higher than they normally would, a.k.a. Brady Martin.
Absolutely.
Because
probably
he compares
the
to
strongest,
Sam Bennett.
Probably the strongest riser in this draft right now.
And I think he could give a lot of props to Sam Bennett for doing that for him.
Yeah. You know what? He owes him a phone call.
Yeah.
If he gets drafted anywhere in the top 10, he definitely owes Sam Bennett a phone call, because I think a lot of teams, a lot of GMs saw his performance and they said this is the way. This is the way, and this is where we need to go. And we need that Sam Bennett type.
Shout out to listener from Panama who is watching us live here. Guys, thank you very much for joining us. We are live reactions for the draft. We're about 17 minutes into our broadcast, and there's a lot more coming, that's for sure. We're expecting another long one here today, and we've gotten ready with some of our Sportira gear. So shout out to Sportira for hosting this draft, as we have the hat.
Thank you for the hat. By the way, I want to just say, before I came here, I'm blown away. You guys called me. I came in here. You have a fantastic team. Your lawyers and your management team, they reached out to me. Just before we came here live, I signed an e-bug contract. quick. You guys sent a car to pick me up. I came here. I got a coffee over here made for me, ready to go. Honestly, guys, this is a masterclass organization over here.
Thank you. We pride ourselves on. We didn't send the jet because you were close enough, so we didn't want to.
Right, you guys, you only sent the Maybach. That's all.
But it's actually pretty good. No, we have it good. We have a good team here, and we appreciate you coming on here and just fitting right in. Which is somebody that. It's rare to find somebody that could fit right in. So very happy.
Well, hopefully I make it through this, eh?
Well, yeah. I mean, our last year's broadcast started falling apart near the end. This year, I decided instead of getting things ready, we're gonna go ahead and get coffee, and a lot of coffee. I think smelling salts are now illegal in Quebec.
Oh boy.
So I couldn't get.
Have you ever tried one of those?
But I have not. I have said that. Next episode, which we will have a 1 week break after this, by the way, but next episode is going to be the start of season 3 of Partial Breakaway Podcast. I need to get some smelling salts in here.
Okay.
We all have to try it live so everybody could see.
I'm sure that's going to be fantastic.
Well, New York Islanders have gone ahead and made the pick. Matthew Schaefer is indeed the first pick of this draft. Congratulations to the New York Islanders, and congratulations to Matthew Schaefer. He is a 6'2" defenseman, left-handed D, if I'm not mistaken, from Erie of the OHL. He was always projected to go first overall.
Yeah.
And trading away Dobson kind of solidified that pick more than anything else, because we had Victor Nuno on last week, and he said that if it was him, he would go Misa first. because he just finds that center is so much more important. I had mentioned that Schaefer was injured as well prior to this season, so he didn't play a lot in the OHL last year, and maybe that's something that's going to make teams a little bit nervous. So I see that Matthew Schaefer has been, in fact, picked, and he fits right into that lineup.
Yeah, so I definitely that's the pick. I think that's the right pick. And as, like you mentioned, especially after Dobson was just moved, I think this makes a lot more sense. I'm sure Michael Misa is probably the way to go if you want to sell early jerseys and maybe have some flash on the ice. But this is the way to go if you want to start building a winner, and that's kind of up in the air. They have a new GM, and we're not quite sure if there's a rebuild coming or if it's just a retool. They've acquired more picks. Some of those picks are still remain in the rumor mill for climbing up this draft. So if this turns out to be a full blown rebuild, I think building with the best defenseman available is the way to go.
It's a good start. It's absolutely a good start. And on top of it, you're right. There is rumors that Darsh is going to try to trade back into the top 10 in order to get this.
Apparently, he had a conversation with the owner, whose name escapes me now, but he said he's willing to do almost anything to get James Higgins on the Islanders.
Well, that's it. He's an Islanders kid, and we're going to see if that actually happens here.
That would be interesting.
Now, just to give you a little bit of preview of who Schaefer is, Schaefer, according to Elite Prospects, was the number 1 ranked player. He is an overwhelmingly skilled and dynamic play-driving talent with unmatched developmental runway, all the makings of a franchise-altering number 1 defenseman in the NHL. So if you're losing Dobson, you're replacing him with Schaefer. The Islanders, I think, are starting really well. Starting that rebuild really well.
Absolutely. This kid's fantastic. His skating is phenomenal. Phenomenal high-end skating, and he's got great character to go with it. I think he's no doubt a future future captain on the Islanders or whatever team he ends up on.
Yeah, and like we won't belabor the point too long, because for me, I mean, Schaefer is the person that has was expected to go here. It was between him and Misa. Now, San Jose, you are on the clock. And we're expecting San Jose to probably get Misa. And I know it's hopefully not ruining anything for you, but I would suggest maybe going to the Sportsnet stream, because it doesn't look like the NHL Network is showing it at the same time that we are. So
let me just find this.
No problem. So Michael Misa is the next person that we're expecting to go. And if we're looking at Michael Misa to San Jose, it's a little bit odd because they have a lot of Michael Misas already on the team. So some people might turn around and say that, well, if you're not getting a top defender, maybe it's time to look at a different position or trade the pick. And there was rumors that San Jose was willing to trade the pick for a bona fide top sixer. So they were willing to trade number 2 overall. Again, a lot of this could be smoke screens, right?
Absolutely.
We see it in the NFL all the time. Maybe that's just playing the game. But Misa, as the number 2 pick, is most likely here. They're the second ranked prospect in Elite Prospects. And how would he fit? Would he be a winger? Would he be a center?
Well, I think that's the thing, and I think that's the part that a lot of people are racking their brains about. Is you already have a Celebrini, you already have I have him in Lama, and his name's escaping me. Will Smith.
Will Smith, yes.
So you got a Will Smith, and you got yourself a Celebrini. Now, where does Misa fit in all this? And to be honest with you, I can't really say. Maybe you have to play him on the wing, at least to start.
Right.
And see where it goes from there.
Or you're moving. You're not moving Celebrini.
No, you're not moving Celebrini. Absolutely not. Yeah. I mean, Will Smith can play the wing, so maybe they try Misa there. But if they do go with Misa over here, that's not a today problem. It might be something they need to figure out over the next couple of years, maybe in 2 seasons from now. So plenty of time to get that ironed out. That's for sure.
Yes, absolutely.
There's you know what's funny is there's the last I don't know, I'd say the last 24 hours or so, maybe 48 hours or so, a lot of speculation that the San Jose Sharks might go Frondell over here. Now again, speaking of smoke and mirrors, could that be smoke and mirrors, or do you think there's any traction here?
So Frondell is a very interesting and very controversial pick because
Absolutely.
Hockey Prospecting has him as 99% chance of being a star. But that doesn't mean anything because that's a hockey model, obviously. They're trying to project what these players are going to be. It doesn't mean that that's what he's going to turn out to be. And a lot of teams are very much under the thinking that Frondell might just be another Lundell, for example. And
Right.
Victor Nuno, we had him on last week. He spoke to us about how he wouldn't touch Frondell in the top 3 picks, that he had him ranked closer to the 15, 17s.
Yeah, I think top 3 is a little bit of a stretch for me, for my liking. But who knows? I mean, these guys, they have, like we said, a Celebrini and a Will Smith, so they're kind of in a position where they can maybe gamble a bit.
That's right.
Perhaps.
That's right. They have so many good prospects that when you're on that part of a rebuild and you have that many prospects happening, you really have to turn around and say to yourself, okay, how long is it going to take us to compete? How many of these guys are going to be the core? And maybe you want to have that play out a bit and you trade away the one that is not going to be part of your core. But it's going to be hard to pay all of these players, especially if they're all similar. Like Will Smith is a very cerebral goal scorer.
Yeah.
Celebrini could do a bit of everything.
Yeah.
Then you have Eklund. Then you have Cherbyshov. Then you have possibly Michael Misa now. So how many of these guys? Is it going to be another core 4 like Toronto?
Well, that's it. I mean, you got to start asking yourself, are the San Jose Sharks going to start, sweating a situation potentially in the future where you got these 3 guys at center. Now they're, maybe they're paying their number 3 center $7+ million, and is it worth it? And then there's always the risk of moving one of these guys to the wing, and they don't give you what you expected from them.
That's right. And just to give you a quick rundown or a quick idea, Hockey Prospecting has Matthew Schaefer as 58% chance of being a star.
Wow.
Compared to Frondell, 99%. Again, it's a model. You got to take it with a grain of salt, right?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's just interesting how different people view people very differently.
And it's interesting when you read into those numbers, it kind of gives you an idea of where they stand in comparables to other players that have come and gone. But it definitely doesn't always speak to what they can be.
Absolutely. Well, we're waiting for the second pick here. And I'm just going to send some of our followers a quick hello here. So thank you very much, co-host Junior, for watching us live, even though you're in Italy.
The boss is watching?
The boss is watching, so we gotta make sure we're not sweating too much over here, eh? And producer Vince for coming on and giving us a little bit of love here. So listener Bamia, we see you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for coming on and joining us here. So live reactions to the draft, and we're really enjoying this. So we're gonna just change the stream here because it doesn't look like this channel is showing
what's going on over here.
Yeah, we might have to do the Sportsnet broadcast if we can.
You want to help me get to that?
Yeah, I could do that. Absolutely. Okay, you seem to be doing well.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna
go ahead. Then I'll just work on this, and
I'm gonna go back to Schaefer here for a minute because Schaefer's gonna be playing on the left side. He's gonna push Romanov down, right? And you're gonna probably see something like a Schaefer and Pulock or a Schaefer and Pelech to start off. The Islanders have a little bit of need here now by moving Dobson, replacing him here. Perunovic is a little bit of an offensive player. I know you owned him in one of our leagues.
Very disappointed.
Very disappointed in that one, yeah.
Very disappointed.
Unfortunate. But there's just a little bit, like Pelech and Pulock are getting a little bit older. Maybe they're the perfect veterans to help get Schaefer's feet wet. And for fantasy purposes, I think he's the clear-cut number one power play guy right off the bat. There's nobody else here that really excites me. Maybe Pulock will start off with the power play one duties.
I would assume, because of just sheer experience and familiarity with the game.
When it comes to the actual fantasy aspect of it, I think first overall, you're kind of saying to yourself, you have no choice. You kind of have to go this way. And it's not just following the NHL, but this guy's going to have opportunity.
Yeah, he's going to get all the opportunities.
And Darsh, I'm trusting Darsh here. I don't know if he's going to be able to trade back up to get a Higgins, but I'm trusting that he has a plan here, and it looks like it's taking shape. And don't forget, he just got hired not too long ago.
Yeah, imagine,
he hasn't had a lot of time to do much of this planning.
Imagine, when was the last time you started a job? Imagine a quick turnaround like this. Eh?
It took me 5 years to get comfortable in my job, and my job is talking. And I don't mean this podcast, by the way. This is not my job, but this is my secondary job.
So to get hired, I don't know. It's been a week, 10 days. I don't even know. To turn around and deal your top defensive guy that you have and get these picks and, have the first overall, talk about potentially moving up the drafts to chase Higgins. Like talk about a first week, eh?
It's a first week. It's definitely a first week to be proud of. I think that, you're kind of saying to yourself, wow, I got myself a new job and I have the most pressure of the draft right off the bat. And my owner told me I have to compete.
Yeah.
So how is my rebuild starting already? I don't know how that's going to work.
It's going to be fun to see how it shakes up.
It will. It absolutely will.
All right. So we're having a few difficulties here, right?
Yeah, the feed's a little bit.
I take back everything I said about this masterclass organization.
It's just fun. It's just fun.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's pick this, and this should be working, but obviously it's not. Let's go back here. Try to see if this does anything here. Nope, that's a VOD. So, yeah, we apologize for a little bit.
Maybe we just go to this tab over here. Let's just see maybe if San Jose made their pick.
Yeah, let's do that.
It's this one here.
Here, you can touch it. It's a touch screen.
Yeah. Oh, is it a touch screen?
Yep.
Okay, we're back to masterclass organization.
And Michael Misa is your pick.
So we're a little behind on the picks.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Yeah. So Michael Misa, like we said before, Michael Misa makes sense here. I'm just going to go into the draft guide and talk a little bit about Michael Misa according to the elite prospects, because they have an elevator pitch for each one of their prospects. So I'm just going to read it out so you viewers know and understand what it is that's going on. So a dynamic, play-driving, dual-threat scoring center with exceptional details, contact skills, and machine-like motor. One of the most well-rounded forwards to come out of the OHL in years. And
boy, did he have a season, eh?
Did he have a season? Absolutely. 65 games played for Saginaw Spirit. 134 points.
That's a lot.
Well, look.
Last I checked, that's a lot.
OHL is one of those scoring leagues, right? So you kind of expect a high points total, but at the end of the day, it's still very impressive.
It's very impressive. He came out gangbusters, and what a talent! What a talent!
I love this. They have like a player comparison.
Right.
And who does he compare to? Well, Macklin Celebrini. Guess who's on his team? Macklin Celebrini.
There we go.
So
this is going to be interesting. Having these three guys in Celebrini, Misa, and Smith. Wow.
Yeah.
Serious firepower.
Their draft, I mean, this is a franchise defining draft again. Like they are the type of people that are going to organization that's going to be very, very good in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
And I'm expecting them to be very, very good for a very long time. So
yeah, I would assume that these guys are going to be a staple on these teams, on this team for a while now. Talk about a core to build around. Yeah, good times coming in San Jose. Absolutely.
Now this third pick in Chicago, and Chicago, you are on the clock. But this third pick in Chicago is going to be extremely interesting because the draft could go in several different ways here. And it is rumored that the Frundell could be in play here. Just going to edit this as well at the same time.
Oh, you're going to put it in the tracker.
I'm going to put it in the tracker, yeah.
Go ahead. Okay, here we go. I think I got it going.
Oh, perfect.
Fantastic.
Excellent. Thank God.
All right.
It only took us pick 2 to get things ready.
We probably should have done this all before we got started, eh?
Well, we thought we did.
Well, we thought we had it.
But welcome to this podcast, sir, because this is exactly what we go through with Junior. Oh, yeah. With Junior and producer Vince, is that things go wrong and we have to kind of pivot.
It's okay. This is what it is. It is what it is. But now we're here. We're up and running. We can focus again. So, Chicago is on the clock. And it looks like at least the NHL network or ESPN over here has Frundell as number 3 on their board. This is Megan's best available.
Yeah, so I don't know who Megan is, but definitely somebody from ESPN.
Yeah, it seems. It would seem.
On the clock, 2 minutes left, Chicago. Now, if you were Chicago, and we did a mock draft, okay? And in our mock draft, we had Schaefer, Misa, because we predicted those 2 right, which, by the way, that's amazing.
That's pretty good.
We got 2 out of 2 right so far in our mock draft.
Yeah.
And our mock draft was our most seen episode, by the way.
Fantastic.
Ever.
You know what that is? It's the most seen because everyone's taking receipts.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so when you get it wrong, inevitably, they're going to come after you.
Well, so far, we're getting it right.
Yeah.
All right? And
I think we're going to get all the picks right today. For what it's worth, I think we're going to be 32 for 32.
That's because we're seeing it happen live in front of us. But, yeah, so, I mean...
So, I don't know. I mean, look, I'm just going to say it. Like, for me, it's got to be Martone.
I agree with you, and that's who I mocked. I mocked Martone here to Chicago. And the reason I did so isn't because there was a lot of rumors about Frundell, and it's not because I wanted to be contrarian or anything. But at the end of the day, I just find you want somebody to play with Bedard on his wing.
Yeah.
You want a big body with a little bit of a nasty streak. No, he might not be as big of a point producer as maybe a Michael Misa, but you don't need him to be.
No, and I think that's fine. I think that's fine because the physical presence is going to make up for whatever amount of less points he might get than a bona fide goal scorer, which he's great at, by the way.
Right.
So
he's great at setting plays
and
up.
I think Chicago needs to find a player to play with Connor Bedard before they need to find a second center, if that makes any sense.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Shout out to the Bush League Huddle podcast. There are sister podcasts from the NFL, and they follow. Oh, the pick is in. They follow the NFL for 2 QB and fantasy football talk. So shout out to co-host Raj over there, Nak, and Fab. I did not forget you, Fab. Trust me. I was just making sure. I wasn't sure if I was going to call you Fabio or Fab. So shout out to you guys. Thank you very much for watching. We appreciate you, and thank you for making sure that people are aware that this podcast is now live. Gary Bettman is walking to the stage.
Yeah, here we go.
I wonder if he's going to say, we have a trade to announce? No, he won't, because the pick is in.
Let's see where they go here. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah, this might change the whole draft, really. Frundell,
well, this is where a lot of people are expecting the draft to really begin, right?
Right.
For
And some people are saying even number 6, because you don't know if you're going McQueen, Brady Martin, Eklund. You have no idea. Oh, the pick is in, and here it goes. Standing up, coming. That's a big boy. That is a big man. Oh,
That is
It's
not
Jeremy Roenick.
That is not a hockey player anymore. That's a big boy.
Have you ever seen Jeremy Roenick? I can't believe I thought that was the pick. Have you ever seen Jeremy Roenick's recent, I can't remember if he did it on the Players Tribune or if he, no, it was his Hall of Fame speech from last year.
Yeah.
Did you see that Hall of Fame speech?
I did. I don't think I remember most of it, but I did see it.
There was a lot of talk about him giving apologies to a lot of people.
He did a lot of self-reflecting.
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
And Anton Frandell is indeed the pick here. 6'2" center from Sweden, Djurgården.
Very interesting.
So I guess now you got to say to yourself, is this questioning whether Bedard is better on the wing? Because there's some
there are some rumblings. There are people who maybe feel that way. I'm not convinced of that just yet. I think, and I'm going to take sort of the opinion over here that I think they thought to address their second C before anything else.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this is indicative of any sort of feelings they might have about Bedard. I think they're just kind of, they want to find themselves a really, really good C. And I think they got themselves a really, really good C in a 2C in Frandell right now. And they're going to have plenty of time to get those wingers to play with Bedard or to find a pairing for Frandell. And we know being Habs fans, how hard it is to find a 2C.
Yes.
There's a lot of teams out there looking for 2Cs. And so if you're in any kind of position like San Jose
right,
is already, and just improve that now with Misa pick, I think Chicago also wants to put themselves in a position like that to solidify that 1 and 2C and then just build around that.
Yeah, I agree.
And try to avoid ever getting into a position where you're scouring the earth looking for that 2C.
That's right. Anton Frandell is a 6'1", 198 pounder.
Jeremy Roenick.
Jeremy Roenick all over again. There you go. He is, according to Elite Prospects, they had him a little bit lower. They had him the 13th overall in their prospect ranking, and they have an elevator pitch here for an overpowering two-way forward with high-end release and off-puck instincts around the slot. Upside hinges on play driving and playmaking skills. So, if you're talking 2C, that's what you want to see, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of defensive awareness here, very responsible on the ice, and that's perfect. That's perfect for a 2C. If you got a guy who's going to play the 200-foot game at his level and compared to what he's doing at his age at the pro level like this in Sweden, it's exactly what you're looking for a 2C. A lot of guys had him. He was kind of ranked pretty evenly right across the board from most writers, most scouts, around between 4 and 6. With Elite Prospects, just now you mentioned they ranked him at 13.
Yeah,
being probably the only outlier. So him going here at 3 is definitely intriguing, and kind of aligns with some of the news that's, like I said a little earlier, in the last 24 hours, 48 hours, where there was a lot of talk, about him potentially going in the top 3,
Absolutely.
Which I wasn't buying it, but the proof is right over here.
Yeah, I wasn't buying it either. I actually thought it was a little bit of smoke and mirrors, but it seems that it was accurate reporting, which we don't know much about accurate reporting on this podcast. Because we have our co-host Junior, who is quite a bit of a TMZ type reporter. So I'm just updating here our tracker to reflect the Anton Frandell pick. Hopefully, I spelled it correctly.
He looks ecstatic.
Doesn't he look bigger than Jeremy Roenick right now?
He certainly looks bigger than I thought he was. He's standing right next to Jeremy Roenick, and it's incredible.
Yeah.
So if you just think back to when Jeremy Roenick was playing and how much hurt he put out there on the ice, And then you see a kid like this who's relatively the same size and has got great talent and, is breaking records in Sweden. It's great. This is great for them.
I think this is a big pick, right? So teams are often going to focus on their center position first in real life. Utah, you are now on the clock, the Utah Mammoth. So in real life, you're going to be concentrating on your center position first and foremost. In fantasy, I just wanted your take on this because a lot of leagues will have 4 center spots maybe, or 3 center spots, and then they'll have 9 winger spots. Some differentiate between left wingers and right wingers. Some will have 6 D spots. Do you think that the center position in a fantasy draft would be regarded very different from a real NHL draft?
I think yes. I think a fantasy draft is always going to drive people to search for points. People are always going to gravitate to that first. When you're drafting in the NHL, this is completely different. We're talking about multi-million-dollar business over here.
Right.
They got to make the right call for what fits their organization, the future of the team, and there's all kinds of intangibles that come into effect. Which in the fantasy world, we don't look at any of this. You know what I mean? You don't care if player X is a fun guy in the locker room. You don't care if he likes sushi or not. You know what I mean? So we're just in the fantasy world. We're always going to kind of gravitate to who's putting up those points, and I think it makes a difference when you're drafting in the fantasy in that sense. So. In an upcoming draft, does Frondell go number 3? I'm not so sure.
Right. Because again, how important is it if you only have 3 center spots and you have 6 winger spots? Well, don't you think that it might be a little bit more scarce to find a winger because there's more than being picked? Well,
the drop off certainly comes down right away, right? So if everyone's looking for 6 of them, and let's say you're in a 10-team league and you're looking for 6 wingers, that's 60 wingers, and there's maybe 10 top-tier guys, and then another 10 or 15 tier 2 guys.
Yeah.
Like, that doesn't leave you with much.
That's right.
If that leaves with maybe, there's going to be a team out there who only has one of those top 2 tier guys.
Right.
So, it is definitely more difficult to at least stack your wingers. It's harder because there are less who are scoring really, really a lot of goals at a really high rate. But then again, you could also look at it as if you're only running 2 or 3 centers, well then, if someone has all the good centers, there is not much out there.
So yes,
for
exactly.
You, right? So it kind of drives the price up a little bit on the centers.
Yeah.
Depending on the league.
Your league rules play a big role, right? The Utah Mammoth, the pick is in right now. So Gary Bettman has come up, and Tony Finau, who I'm sure that we all know who he is.
Yeah, absolutely. 6-time winner on the PGA Tour.
Oh, you just read that?
Yeah. No, I didn't read that. I knew that.
So they have a PGA Tour golfer here, and he's going to be making the selection for the Utah Mammoth. There was a lot of secrecy around some of these guest stars that were coming in to make the picks. I heard Ottawa has a really cool one coming up.
Okay, yeah, this seems to be a new thing in the NHL.
It seems to be a new thing. And you remember Celine Dion was the one that came and
that
picked
was a big one.
Ivan Demidov.
Yeah, she really stole the stage there.
She slowed it down a little bit, and we were all sweating here on the podcast when we realized that it was...
What a day to cover that draft.
Yeah.
Getting a selection like that.
And all 3 of us were actually lined up here, high-fiving each other and having a good time. So that was really cool. It was very similar to this, where we would sit down. And it's Caleb Desnoyers from Moncton. First QMJHL player since Lafreniere to be picked this high.
Yeah. So
QMJHL
has had some rough years, right?
They have had some rough years.
The league's kind of not quite producing some of the stars that we were used to back in, let's say, the 80s, 90s, maybe even early 2000s. So Caleb Desnoyers here. This is a great pick for Utah. Eh?
Well, according to according to Hockey Prospecting Model, he's 52% star probabilities, 82% chance of being an NHLer. So they're quite confident in his NHL projectability here. I think it just fits really, really well.
Yeah, I think a lot of the narrative, at least for the last few weeks, since he won the QMJHL championship, was just how his game was just so above and beyond everyone else in the QMJHL. How responsible he is, that 200-foot game. Like I heard crazy names like Kopitar being thrown around. Like I don't know if that's ever.
Really?
I don't know if that's what he's gonna become or anything like that. But like people are really, really excited about him and what he can do. So, when someone just goes out there and says, Kopitar this, you can't help but pay attention to that, right?
You're absolutely right. And according to Elite Prospects has Caleb Desnoyers here as their 7th ranked prospect. Elevator pitch is that he's a 200-foot center with a hard-nosed net front game, deceptive, open ice playmaking, and flashes a power forward game. More pace is required for the NHL, but I'm sure that's something that you could work on.
Yeah, I believe so. I'm glancing over whose work is this again? Is this Wheeler? Is this this is Scott Wheeler's work over here. Just reiterating his defensive play. Just staying in good position. He makes a point over here to mention that he doesn't cheat for offense. And I think that's really, really good. That might not be, super exciting fantasy news, but for the NHL and for the Utah Mammoth, this is great. This is absolutely great.
So I'm just going to point at the Utah Mammoth here a bit because they just finished doing a major trade right before the draft, day before the draft.
Yeah.
And they came out and they paid, some would say peanuts, Mike. Some would say peanuts for JJ Peterka.
Some would say, definitely. There was a lot of people out there who were just kind of questioning the return.
So they gave up Kesserling and Josh Doan, who was Josh Doan is a prospect that had some upside, maybe a middle six upside. Some say maybe he's a second liner. And they got JJ Peterka, who is a purely offensive creator from Buffalo. And they gave up, their number 5 defenseman in Kesserling?
Yeah.
So I just look at this and I say to myself, why? Why?
I don't know why. I don't know why. Perhaps they view Kesserling as...
It was Kesserling and?
Doan,
right.
That's right.
Who did Palin get traded for? That was Philadelphia.
Yeah, that was Philadelphia.
Zegras. Yeah, we'll get there.
Right. We'll get there for sure.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Perhaps they view Kesserling. I mean, look, Kesserling is not a bad player.
No, he's not a bad player.
He's a really good defenseman. Very,
I actually used him in Lama last year.
Yeah, I mean, and he's got some fantasy upside. Absolutely, he should be. You know what? I'll even go ahead and say he probably a late round draft on most redraft leagues, or at the very least on a short list for a waiver wire, because I think he can provide. I think he can provide fantasy value, especially in a bangers league.
In a deep league, I definitely see the value there. He might not be your number 1, 2, 3, 4.
No, but like you were talking about earlier, some leagues, Llama League, for example, runs 6D.
That's right.
You know what I mean? And we're in an 11-team league. That's 66 defensemen. I got to find a way on a starting roster.
That's right. And
you better believe Kesserling's going to be on someone's team.
His contract is $1.4 million for another year.
Yeah, very lovely.
How we concentrate on this podcast, we try concentrating a lot on salary because we are a salary cap dynasty podcast. And he just has value at $1.4 million. It's very hard to argue against him as your number 6 defenseman, for example. I mean,
if he's getting you anywhere from 30 to 40 points at that money, I want this guy on my starting roster any day of the week.
And how does Desnoyers, who, by the way, I don't know why, we're in Montreal, I speak French, and Desnoyers is the one person I have a problem saying his name every single time. But how does he fit in? to this Utah, while we see Nashville is now on the clock with the number 5 pick. Some are saying Higgins here, but we'll see.
We'll see. I mean, that he's on Megan's best available.
He is. Roger McQueen is actually up there as well.
Yeah, number 3.
Jake O'Brien is up there.
So where does Caleb Desnoyers fit on Utah?
So Cooley is the number 1 center.
Yeah.
He's the pure skill guy.
Until otherwise.
Yeah. He's the pure skill guy. Maybe not the biggest center out there, but he seems to be doing pretty well so far in his Draft Plus 1 season.
Yeah, I feel like similar to what I said about Frondell and Chicago. I think Desnoyers, a fantastic 2C to have on your team. We all know how responsible he is. We just talked about, or at least I read what Wheeler said about him not cheating for offense and just being puck position and being very responsible defensively. I mean, you have Cooley as your number 1. He fits in as your number 2 right away.
So does that drop Barrett Hayton, who was also a very high draft pick in his day?
Yes, I believe it does. I think time might be running out on Hayden. And
especially fantasy
and I think they gave Hayden every opportunity that they could possibly give him.
Yeah,
he was handed, and it hasn't really worked out. Probably from what we expected. I have him in Lama. He certainly didn't work out the way I expected.
Yeah. Shout out to listener Raj, who, by the way, said Mike is killing it.
Thanks, Raj. I appreciate it. I swear it's my first day.
It technically is. It technically is. Barrett Hayton, I agree with you. I mean, fantasy-wise...
Funny story. If I could just butt in right away.
Yeah.
So, in Lama, when we did the expansion draft, right? Vince, co-host Vince, co-host producer Vince.
Yes.
When he came into the league, we had to do the, what was it called again?
The protection list.
And the protection list, and we had to do a drop
expansion draft.
Expansion draft, that's right. So, we had to protect a bunch of players, so on and so forth. So, I ended up paying Vince a 3rd rounder to protect, or to have him not select 3 of my exposed players. Barry Hayden was one of those guys.
Do you see that?
Yeah. So I put some stock into, it was still the early days, and I put a little bit of stock into, holding on to him for a little longer, hoping he has a great contract. So, if he turns it around offensively, it'd look really, really good. But it's just...
Or it could end up being... right? In the end?
Yeah.
And the pick is in. Nashville has gone ahead and selected Brady Martin.
Yep.
So Brady Martin we started this podcast off by talking about him as a comparison to Sam Bennett.
Yeah.
Brady Martin is now a member of the Nashville Predators. And
this is great for him. Talk about, I'm going to look quickly over here.
Well, while you take a look at that, I'm going to take a look here. He's the 12th ranked prospect according to Elite Prospects.
Yeah, and just to add to that, so Pronman's final rankings in early June had him at 10. Wheeler at 10. McKenzie had him at 8. McKean's had him at 10. So everyone was kind of on the board with this guy being around the 10 spot.
And he's going 5.
And he's going 5. He's been rising in this draft like it's no one's business.
Very true.
Incredible.
Very, very true. And just updating our ticker here. So according to Elite Prospects, he's a one-of-a-kind manipulative playmaker who overwhelms opponents with monster forechecking ability, Sam Bennett, and bone-crushing hits, Sam Bennett. Top 6 NHL outcome hinges on his skating development. Maybe Sam Bennett. And according to Elite Prospects, he has shades of Sam Bennett.
There you go.
So
there you go. What were we joking about before the podcast? That if he gets drafted in the top 10, top 5, or whatever it is that we said, I think he owns Sam Bennett a phone call.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. All right, let's take a look at where he fits into this Nashville lineup, because Ryan O'Reilly is the number one center on that team. And there was a lot of hope. Well, I mean, you could say Stamkos now, but there was a lot of hope that, was it Novak?
Yeah.
That was on this team, that he would turn into the second line center for that team. It didn't end up happening. So now I'm curious. O'Reilly's near the end of his career. Stamkos is near the end of the career. I don't know if Brady Martin is really a number one center.
No, I don't believe so.
So they're still going to have to go out and find themselves eventually a number one center.
Eventually, yes. I think he'll probably, a guy like this, I would assume it's just going to take him a little more time than most.
Yeah.
I think he's going to have every opportunity to prove himself. I think he'll eventually prove himself.
Yep.
I just think it might take a bit of time. There's players like this, it tends to be a pretty bumpy road for the first few years before they kind of find their footing in the NHL, right?
That's right.
Guys like this, they might come into the league. We remember the early days of Brad Marchand.
Yeah.
You saw talent there, you saw good stuff, but it was just very raw and it was very, not focused and dedicated. So it's a bit of all over the place. So he's going to need some time to kind of get that together, and I think he's gonna do well.
Yeah, he's going to do well.
He's going to do well.
He's going to be one of those guys where, like Sam Bennett, you hit playoffs and all of a sudden this is the type of guy you want.
He might be he might not wow you in the fantasy world during the regular season, but the playoffs roll around. I mean, we could be looking at another Bennett potentially one day.
If you're on a bash league, hits, blocks.
Oh yeah, then he's
maybe there's more value for you.
Probably there. He can. I'm sure his ceiling is somewhere around the Brady Tkachuk in terms of the peripherals.
That's right. Pick is in for the Philadelphia Flyers. This is interesting.
That one felt fast, didn't it? Or is it just?
It felt a little bit fast. It did. And Commissioner Bettman is walking up to the stage now in order to make the selection or introduce
what are you
the
thinking
person
over
that's
here?
going to.
What are you thinking?
So here's that. Now is where the draft, and we said it at the beginning, 6 could be really where the draft pivots a bit.
Right.
You could go for a Higgins here, who still has the upside to potentially one day become a number one center, and God knows Philadelphia needs a number one center.
Yeah, I think that's what they're looking for tonight.
If that's what they're looking for, you also have McQueen, who had a huge injury, and because he had a huge injury, some teams might shy away from him, a la Caden Lindstrom, right? Lindstrom ended up going to Columbus last year, but he missed almost an entire year. Actually, he missed the entire year. He came back for the playoffs of hockey, and that's a lot of development time missed.
Yeah.
And when you're looking at prospects, development time is so important. It is a skill to be available.
Absolutely.
It's an ability,
and especially in your draft year, too. Missing time, it
hurts.
It's tough. Yeah,
it hurts. So this is where it's going to get interesting, because they could go O'Brien here. I really like O'Brien. I think O'Brien is a really good pick. They could go Higgins. They could go McQueen. That's, I think,
bit of a reach really, maybe on the McQueen.
It could be a reach.
Maybe just a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're assuming Higgins and O'Brien, Higgins and O'Brien are available. So if you were to leapfrog those two to go after a McQueen here.
Oh my.
Well, there it is.
Oh my. Porter Martone. Excellent pick. And
excellent value.
You want to build a Broad Street Bullies? You want to build the Philadelphia Flyers? Porter Martone here at pick 6 is absolutely amazing value. I love this. 6'3", 208 pound from Peterborough, Ontario, from Brampton in the OHL. This guy is a monster player. He's a monster. And if you want somebody to be that huge winger, maybe we could say a la Leclerc?
Possibly.
Right? I don't
know.
But that's kind of what he reminds me of here. Maybe actually more skilled than Leclerc, to be honest.
I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, more natural skill. But he's projected to be a first-line winger.
Well, Prumman here has him as a comparable to Philip Forsberg. What do you think about that?
Oof. Could be. I mean, Philip Forsberg has a little bit of that nasty in him as well. and actually, that's a really good comparison. I really like that, right? High end player.
His puck skills are really high end.
I really thought they were going to go center.
A lot of people, and you know what? I think it's fine. I think if you have his size, I think if you have his compete and his puck skills, I think it's fine that people are kind of harping on his skating a little bit.
That's right.
And you know, a lot of people put a lot of stock in skating and you know, maybe feel like skating won't improve as much as you get into the NHL. But I don't know if I buy that anymore these days. I feel like a lot of players, come into the NHL.
Very good point.
With not great skating, but I think the NHL and a lot of teams now have a massive budget, and they have people, coaches, they have
they hire
camps,
skating
coaches and camps, and they invested a lot in this, and I think it's getting better.
Yeah.
I think it's getting easier for players to come in who maybe, you harp on their skating a little bit, and that will improve at the NHL level more so than before.
No,
so
that's a very good point.
Something that can improve for Martone and make him even better.
Yeah, so let's take a look at Martone here on the Elite Prospects page, just to make sure that we are giving viewers some consistent answers. Porter Martone was ranked number 3 on the Elite Prospects rankings. Special talent whose passing vision and tactical genius could put him up amongst the NHL elite playmakers. A unique combination of hard and soft skills with top line upside. Brampton Steelheads, OHL, 37 goals, 61 assists for 98 points in 57 games. So, over a point per game player. And he also played for Canada's U20, had a goal in 3 games there. And I think, did the U20s, how did the U20s do this year? No, it was the U21s I'm thinking about, right?
Yeah, the U20. I'm not sure.
I don't know how Canada did. I'm not sure they did that well. Either way, Porter Martone is the pick here. If you look at how it fits in Philadelphia, first of all, again, love the size, love the edge to him. He reminds me of a Broad Street bully. Yeah. You have Michkov. You have Zegras, who you just traded for.
Right.
And now you have Porter Martone. Are you building something? Like, I think you're building something special with Michkov, Martone. I don't know about Zegras yet. There's a little bit of...
Yeah, I mean, the jury's out on that one, eh? Look, they still got a lot of the old vets there, right? They still got a Konechny last I checked.
Yes, they do. That's right.
Michkov coming in, great. Zegras remains to be seen. Adding him, another team kind of, rebuild on the fly sort of thing going on. So still very raw.
Yeah,
I think he can come in, and if he's very successful early on, I think he could get a lot of playing time. Otherwise, you let him bake in the oven for a little longer. These bigger guys tend to need a little more time, right?
Yeah.
We saw that with Slav. With Slavkovsky, we saw
Lafreniere.
That in his first year, Lafreniere. So, it's not a bad idea to let him stew a little bit and get things going before we put a Flyers jersey on him. I don't think that's a bad way to go about it.
Yeah, you're not wrong. He reminds me a bit of Seneke in that long, big, lanky playmaking winger, but he has more snarl. Martone has more snarl.
Yes, yeah.
According to some of the comparisons here, Blake Wheeler for Elite Prospects. That's not a bad one. Mikko Rantanen, I think that's a high upside comparison. A ceiling pick, but it's still, you're talking about a very, very good winger. And for a lot of people turned around and said that this draft isn't very good. It's not as top heavy as other drafts, but I still feel that you're going to find a lot of good role players in this draft regardless.
Yeah, I believe so too. I believe so.
Guys that are going to help you win.
Yeah.
And still good prospects. Now, after pick 12, I hear that it's going to drop off a bit more. There's more risk involved in some of those picks, but you never know. You could find some good quality even down in those picks. Next on the board is the Boston Bruins, and their pick is in as well. So this is pick number 7 of the night. There's quite a few centers available. We know that the Bruins
need everything.
Need centers. They need everything.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a rebuild on the fly here. So, like, who would you say is your next?
Look, I'm going to keep saying it for every single pick until he's picked, and that's going to be Higgins.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's the top guy here for every single pick going forward.
I agree with you.
Until he's selected, because and what incredible value. Eh? What are we at? Pick number 8?
Pick number 7.
7?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
incredible value.
This is where the Islanders were really hoping that they could use their 2 number 1 picks in order to jump up. But even if they don't jump up, and I heard a lot of people talking about the Islanders and saying that if they jump up, if they end up jumping up, Gary Bettman's just walking to the stage now. Oh, and look who it is. Happy Gilmore. Adam Sandler is making the selection here. That's fun. It's fun. Yeah. But, the Islanders, even if they don't move up to grab a player, their prospect pool, other than Yzerman and now Schaefer, is so thin.
Yeah. They got a lot of work to do.
That they have a lot of work to do. James Higgins is the pick.
Yeah.
Sorry, Islanders fans. I know you wanted him. He's not moving that far away from you. He is going to be. This is a great pick for Boston here.
Yeah, this is incredible value here.
Unbelievable value.
Yeah.
Yes, he's 5'11", but he just has so much skill.
Yeah. There's so much skill there.
Top line upside.
Top line upside, absolutely. The 5'11" thing doesn't concern me. This guy, he's going to be good. No matter where he goes, he's going to Boston, obviously. But no matter where he goes or what he does, he's a winner and he does it well. And I have no doubts that he's gonna succeed.
Yeah.
Small frame or not small frame. These guys, they tend to figure it out. The really good ones anyway. Not everyone does. True. Not everyone, not all the small guys, but the good ones, they'll figure it out and they'll find their place in the league.
Absolutely. According to Hockey Prospecting here, he's 41% star probability, 60% chance to be an NHLer. Some of the comparisons that they have for him are not on the website, so we're not going to mention them. But according to Elite Prospects, he's their number 4 ranked prospect for this draft. Dynamic skating, puck handling, a full scoring arsenal could make the former number 1 overall favorite a steal in this draft.
Yeah.
And if he returns to his play driving ways, he might be a top liner.
Yeah, I'm looking right here at Pronman's little blurb about him on his last ranking. I mean, everything is just off the charts. The skating is off the charts. The puck skill is off the charts. His hockey sense above average. We got a player comp here. You were looking for one? William Nylander.
Oh, wow.
That's pretty impressive.
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. And, there was talk about Pasternak possibly being traded before the draft.
I didn't hear this one.
Yeah.
Tell me all about it.
So there was some rumors that Pasternak was going to be traded. And, if you're doing a full rebuild, I kind of understand why you want to get the most value from Pasta. But at the end of the day, you're never going to get the return that you need unless you're dynamically changing your outlook for the next few years.
Yeah.
I don't know. Jimmy Murphy here says that Charlie McAvoy gets a Long Island teammate as a Bruin. James Higgins with the 7th overall pick in the 25 draft. Yeah, like
they must be doing backflips right now in Beantown, eh?
Good for them though.
Yeah,
it's an
original
team.
Good
Original 6 team. I always had a soft spot for the Bruins. I hate the Bruins when we play against them because I'm a Montreal fan, but I've always respected the Bruins. And it sucks when one of these original 6 teams, a la Detroit Red Wings, sorry, listener Rook, but when they don't do well, it kind of hurts the league.
Yeah.
I like when the original
Yeah,
six
no,
do
it's,
well.
it's important, right? It's important for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is great. This is really good for them.
I can't believe Happy Gilmore announced the Higgins pick for the Bruins. That's going to be something memorable for the kid, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
And
Yeah, it's good. It's good what they're doing. I mean, they're putting in some. They're investing in the showmanship, right, of the draft.
Very true. Very true. So, Islanders.
So we got Seattle here. Seattle's got about 2.5 minutes.
Seattle's on the clock. Yeah.
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 So, yeah.
Pick number 8.
Pick number 8. Any thoughts on where this draft is headed? So now, like, can we say that all the big players are gone? Maybe let me try to word that differently. Maybe the players that were more in the pre-draft news cycle.
Right.
Would you say that we are now approaching the rest?
I think so. I think that...
Or is there one more guy out there that's surefire, should be next?
I really like Murtka.
Really?
I really like Murtka, and a lot of teams were... I don't know if it was smoke and mirrors again, but a lot of teams interviewed Murtka. So I'm very curious. Victor Eklund is another one that's interesting. I mean, there's still some good value left on the board.
Yeah. I believe there's a lot of good value.
I don't know if you're getting top line necessarily.
Right, and that's kind of where I guess I was headed with that question. Is,
yeah.
Are we headed now into the players with...
But you never know.
No, you never know.
That's the thing about the NHL.
We don't have a crystal ball here, so we never know.
Crystal ball. That's for listener Mike. The other Mike. The thing about the NHL draft compared to other drafts is that these players come in so young. These are 18-year-olds, 17-year-olds that are coming into the league. Some of them won't make it to the NHL for the next 2-3 years. Others might actually not make it even longer than that. So you don't know what their development path is going to be here. And we've seen it so many times. If you look at the New York Rangers, I was reading this before the draft. If you look at the New York Rangers, they draft a lot of good players, but they don't develop them. Their development system is not good.
Yeah.
So 2-3 years down the line, these players have not improved to the point where
important.
they're NHL ready. And I think that was a big, and I'm speaking from the old Habs regime, was very similar.
Yeah, I agree.
The way that Bergevin used to think of things is that, well, if they're good, they're going to make it themselves.
Yeah.
You know, you're not really helping.
Yeah,
them.
you know what that just tells me? That screams to me lazy leadership.
Yeah.
That's it. It's just lazy leadership. You're just going to go out there and you're going to put it on the players and have them show up. You know, it just doesn't work for me.
You're seeing it more and more now in the NHL where teams are actually going, and the pick is in for Seattle, by the way, so we're going to announce that soon.
Yeah.
But you're seeing a lot more front offices become bigger and bigger and bigger.
Yeah.
And there's a very, very clear reason for that. It's because of the fact that the general manager cannot do everything himself.
No.
You cannot be the head of development, the head of scouting, the head of, player relations. You can't do everything yourself.
No.
And even if you're looking at the scouting circles, there's professional scouting, there's minor league scouting, there's other team scouting, pre-game scouting. So it all comes down to the fact
I recently watched I'm not familiar with who this is, but I recently watched an interview where they were interviewing Kent on that very thing. He was talking about going up to Jeff Gordon and asking for a CEO, to hire a CEO, because there was a lot on his plate. And he was kind of elaborating a little bit on what he has to deal with. Like, we don't see it because we're just watching the hockey games and whatever. But, you know, he's talking about, like, you know, hiring contractors and, you know, paying, you know, bills and things that he has to manage, finances. So yeah, it's a big job for just the general manager, who also has to focus on hockey. The pick just dropped here if you want to announce it.
No, why don't you announce it?
Okay.
I've been doing all the announcing here.
Seattle picks Jake O'Brien. Jake O'Brien, 6'2", 177 pounds, from good old Toronto, Ontario.
So here's the thing. And you know, I might get some backlash on this. But Seattle has done picks of Matty Beniers. They've done picks of Shane Wright. They have gone out and traded for Chandler Stevenson. they've gone out and traded for Jared McCann. All of these guys play center. So they're basically building a Frederick. Oh, they just traded for Frederick Gaudreau as well.
That's right.
They traded for Joe Veleno as well.
That's right.
So they've gone out and they've grabbed all these centermen. They want a team. You know, like I did this once when I was really young, NHL, like I think 2007.
Yeah.
And I just built a team full of centermen.
Yep.
You know,
and just see how many goals you can score.
How many? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
they're either doing that.
I think they're playing NHL 20.
So they're either trying your strategy, or they're collecting all the centers because they know that all the teams around the NHL need them. And so they're hoping to artificially drive up the price, perhaps.
Maybe that's the way they go. Jake O'Brien, according to Hockey Prospecting, has a 52% star probability, 82% chance to be an NHLer. He does project as a second-line center in the NHL, 6'2", 170 pounds. He is a very good player, and I think we spoke about it as well with Victor Nuno. This is the kind of player that he might be a few years away. Might be a few years away.
Yeah, he could be.
But you're talking about somebody that's guaranteed going to make it to the NHL. He was the number 10 prospect on Elite Prospects, and according to their blurb here, a deceptive and smooth skating playmaker with high-end vision, detailed approach to the game, and lots of physical runway left. His pace. If he improves his pace, could make him a top 6 center. So even they're saying that he resembles or shades of Dylan Strome.
Yeah, I'm kind of reading the same stuff from Pronman and Wheeler over here on my screen, and all the same points. You know, just extremely skilled. You know, here Pronman saying over here, showing the soft touch and quick hands create a lot of scoring chances. So,
yeah,
I mean, second line center.
Yeah,
what more can you ask for?
Yeah, I mean, if he turns into a Dylan Strome's not very physical. But
no, and if you recall, Dylan Strome took him a little while to get to where he is today, right?
That's right.
So that might be the case here for O'Brien.
The physical attributes need to grow.
They'll grow into their bodies, and they'll learn the game.
I'm just very so Buffalo's on the clock. Obviously, one of the best. Buffalo's always fun.
Buffalo is an enigma. Yeah.
So I heard this is actually sent to me by co-host Junior. So I just wanted to throw it out here when we were talking about Buffalo because he is he wanted to put his 2 cents into this draft, right? Because he's actually he's not upset that he's in Florida. The boss, yeah. Whatever. He's not upset that he's in Florida, but Florida. He's not upset that he's in Italy.
You can't be upset at that.
You can't be upset at that, but he definitely wanted to put his 2 cents in here. So he called it the 3 Ds of Buffalo, and that is draft well, develop better, and then they depart. And that's basically Buffalo in a nutshell.
That's them in a nutshell, absolutely.
So, Junior, I did what you asked for. It's now, let's see, what time is it there? 6 hours time difference. It's 8:20 p.m. here.
4 a.m. 4:20.
It's about it's about 2 a.m. I think.
Is it 2 or 4?
So 8 plus 6 is 14, which would make it 2.
You said, I'm sorry, I thought I heard you say 8 hours. It's 6 hours.
6 hours.
6 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 2 a.m.
Right.
So it's 2 a.m. I guarantee you that he is still watching because he wanted to be here badly, and I don't blame him. We are quite a good group to be around. So I'm just going to go ahead here and edit the number 8 pick
add that
in our
there.
tracker.
The tracker's looking good, eh?
It's not bad.
Yeah, not bad.
It's not bad.
So, so they're just in the middle of the interview process. This kid, look at him. He looks excited, eh? Good for him.
Yeah, he does. He does. And you know what? He was the kind of player that I really like. I was considering, maybe he falls in Lama or something like that, and I could go and pick him up. But I have pick 17, so it's going to be a while.
Yeah, I don't know if he makes it to 17.
No.
What do I have at that? I have 20, I believe. So definitely not getting him. He's not going to make it to 17, but he can be a faller. I think he can fall in fantasy drafts.
Yeah.
I think it's possible.
Yeah, in fantasy, I'm curious. Let's say you have the third overall pick in fantasy.
I do.
Oh, you do?
This year, anyway.
Okay, well, part of
third
the problem...
and fourth.
So part of the problem of doing a podcast is that a lot of our listeners are actually members of our leagues.
Yeah.
So we tend to give away our draft strategies, our players that we're interested in. We try not to throw too many smoke signals out there because at the same time, we are trying to be a professional podcast in the sense of giving our listeners something valuable. So you joined this podcast, so you might have to spill some beans here.
Well, I have no problem. I have no problem spilling some beans. It is a difficult thing to navigate, absolutely, because you do have your agenda. And depending on the position you're in, you maybe want to keep that close to your chest, right? And you don't want to give that up. But you also want to inform all of your viewers / listeners. So, yeah, I understand it might be a tough game. I'm happy to not be in your shoes.
But you are now.
Oh, I am today.
You are today.
I do have the pick is in.
The pick is in for Buffalo.
I have a couple of seconds here. But I do have the third and the fourth pick overall, and it's going to be very interesting. I'm not even really sure what I'm doing, to be quite honest.
I think if we're discussing this honestly, for fantasy, I think Hagen's, Martone, maybe Frendel.
Yeah, those are actually the three names that are swimming in my head. I think those two picks.
Yeah, I think it depends on, obviously Misa is going to go first, and obviously Schaefer or Misa go 1 and 2, right?
Yeah.
The order of that is not really relevant. But I really see it as, the Google Dolls are making the pick for
Your
Buffalo.
favorite band once upon a time.
Really?
Yours.
Oh, mine.
Not mine.
Oh, sorry. And the pick is in. It's Radim Murtka.
Yeah. That surprises me. I don't know if it surprises you, but it surprises me.
It's a bit surprising. Not because he's not a good player. He was slated to go around this area. But there's a lot of talk about Buffalo not being happy with Samuelson, for example. They already have players like Dahlin. They already have Owen Powers. They play on the same side.
Right.
Drafting a 6'6" Murtka, who you're hoping is going to be a top 4 defenseman. You know, how much are you going to pay these defensemen at the end of the day? They might have the most expensive defensive core in a couple of years.
Yeah. Do you think this is a signal of things to come, that there's a defenseman in Buffalo on his way out?
I think Samuelson is on his way out. And, you know, Murtka, according to Hockey Prospecting, is a 26% star probability, 69% chance of being an NHLer. He's a big boy, 6'6". He reminds me of a lot of Samuelson in that sense. If I'm taking a look at Murtka on, of course I misspelled it.
So I'm just gonna.
Yeah,
I'm gonna assume it's gonna take him a little while before he gets to the big leagues here, right? He went at pick 9 here, but I don't think we're gonna see him in the NHL. At least for a couple of years. At least not with a lineup that, includes Dahlin, Byram, Power, and Kisterling as your top 4.
Yeah.
So...
Byram is expected to leave as well.
Right. Yeah. That seems to be the expectation.
So Murtka plays on the right side.
That affords them a lot of time to get this guy ready to go.
Yeah. He plays on the right side, Murtka. So he's a right-handed D. He's 6'6", 207 pounds. According to Elite Prospects...
Look at this guy next to Batman, eh?
Oh, yeah.
What a beast. Wow.
According to Elite Prospects, a towering minute-eating defenseman on track to become an NHLer. He has top 4 skill and pace some nights, but he'll have to find them every night if he wants to maintain effectiveness in the NHL. His shades of, or comparison to, Marcus Peterson. You know the team that has all the Petersons?
Yep.
That's the one.
The Peterson team.
The Peterson team. What a tire fire Vancouver is.
Yes.
Unbelievable tire fire.
Look, we've seen some... We're both Habs fans. I think anyone who watches the show knows that We're all Habs fans here. So we've seen some really, really bad teams in our lifetime. Some really, really bad teams. But I cannot imagine being a Vancouver Canuck fan right now who was teased with, having such a good team and everything kind of just was going really, really well. Like playoffs, maybe a cup run aspirations not too far away. Then suddenly, out of nowhere, everything comes crumbling down.
Absolutely.
Kind of crazy.
Unfortunate because I really like Vancouver, and I think they have a very passionate fan base.
Yes, they do.
So
that's no doubt.
When you're looking at the Vancouver Canucks, and you kind of see them crumbling, I really don't know what it's like to try to rebuild that team in that market when they've already gone through a rebuild and it obviously didn't work.
Yeah, and then like, what do you do with the players that you have? The players that you want to keep. Like, how do you convince them? Like, hey, stick around through this. It will get better, or buy into my philosophy, or buy into my vision of where I want to take this after whatever you call this that happened over the last couple seasons.
So I saw this tweet actually that I really fell in love with, and it was, well, you got rid of JT Miller because Elias Pettersson was not comfortable around him. It's reasons, we'll leave it in the locker room because we don't know all the reasons and we don't want to speculate. But JT Miller and Elias Pettersson didn't see eye to eye, and he wasn't comfortable around him. And you go and you trade for Evander Kane.
Yeah.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand the logic. What are you trying to accomplish? Did you see a deal that you just couldn't resist? Like I thought Edmonton would have to pay somebody to take the Evander Kane contract.
Yeah, that's, well, I mean, to a certain extent. I think Evander Kane provided a lot during the playoffs for the Edmonton Oilers in the run that they had.
Yeah,
but certainly
he showed he could still play.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was quite worth the money, or you know what I mean.
It was an
LTIR. Seems like, and it seems like the off ice issues kind of went away for him. So
at least quieted down.
Yeah,
I don't know about went away.
Yeah,
but they quieted down. So here's the next part, and that's that we're gonna have Vancouver pick sooner or later. So we're gonna save some of the Vancouver talk for that. But
yeah, I just realized we spoke all Vancouver Canucks over this entire pick.
Yeah, well, and I'm sorry, Buffalo fans that are watching this. It's
you guys got a stud. You got a beast of a man.
You got a beast of a man, and your defense is going to end up towering every other defense that's out there.
Yeah, Montreal adding Dobson today really improved their defense, but. You look at Buffalo's, man, and it's crazy.
They have the defense set up.
It's crazy. No matter what teams do to add defensemen or whatever to get to the setup and the lineup that Buffalo has, it's
wow. And they draft really well. I always find Buffalo drafts well.
Yeah, they do.
Again, it comes down to the fact that nobody wants to stay there, and it's not because the city sucks. It's nothing to do about the city. It's just that they don't win. And that has to do maybe with coaching. It has to do with ownership. The fact that Kevin Adams still has a job. They hired Kakalainen as an advisor, and the first thing that they did is trade JJ Peterka for Kesserling and Josh Doan. I mean,
I'm not sure that really makes sense.
So, there was rumors of more skill that could have been had here. Anaheim's pick is in. We're just waiting for Commissioner Bettman to go ahead and announce it. But I just hope Buffalo, they have Tage Thompson. They have these big players. I really like the players that they have. So now it just comes down
and I really hope they turn it around, because
I'm a fan of Benson's. There's so many good players.
And I guess the laws of averages would say that they're bound to turn it around. I mean, how many playoffs can you possibly miss?
They need goaltending.
Yes.
I don't know if Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen is the way to go here.
I'm not really sure Devin Levi is either.
And that's the other thing. Yeah, I don't know if Devin Levi is. So the announcers have come out for Anaheim to show.
What do we have here? Oh, this is the Mighty Ducks dudes.
Oh, yes, it is.
The actors.
The actors from the Mighty Ducks.
That's right. Their name's escaping me. He played in Dawson's Creek, didn't he?
Yes.
If my memory serves me right.
And the pick is in, and they just announced it here. So,
Who do we have?
They're still announcing it. Yeah, this was a really good show, by the way, also on TV.
Roger McQueen.
Roger McQueen.
Yeah, they went with Roger McQueen.
So pure talent.
Yeah.
Pure talent. We want to replace Zegras. Let's go out and get ourselves a Roger McQueen.
Yeah.
How cool is that?
That's a cool one.
How cool is that?
That's a cool one, and that's the guy. I think that's the guy. I think you can make an argument here for Eklund, but I think Roger McQueen is the right pick over here. I mean, this guy, talk about a talent, eh? Talk about just an oozing skill. I think what the only reason he dropped to 10 has nothing to do with his skill. It has to do with his injuries. Yeah. That's pretty much what it comes down to. And we talked about just a little earlier. Being injured in your draft year, it's tough. It is. It's tough to bounce back off of that. And we're seeing with Kaden Lindstrom, we spoke about it before as well. According to Hockey Prospecting, and I think this is a big reason why he dropped. He's only 15% star probability, 49% of being an NHLer. But again, I think this is because he lost his draft year. And losing your draft year is just, it is what it is. You won't have good... your development path is a little bit skewed when that happens. Let's put it that way. Yeah, absolutely. You lost development time. Also, your numbers, your production is not there. So when you put it up against any kind of modeling that involves heavily with numbers and comparisons and stuff like that, for sure, it's going to be skewed. Yeah. Looking at elite prospects for McQueen, they have him as the number 5 overall player on their draft board. According to their little blurb here, a power center with highlight reel handling skills, a sniper's release, playmaking ability, and a defensive impact. But repeated injuries make him the draft's biggest risk. I think Anaheim, though, has the ability to take a little bit of risk here because they've been drafting so well for such a long time. He's a 6'5", 197-pounder. They've drafted Leo Carlson. They've drafted Mason McTavish. They traded for Cutter Gauthier. They traded for Chris Kreider, which is a great contract, by the way. Yeah. They still have Alex Killorn. They still have Troy Terry. Like, their top 6 seems like a legit top 6. McQueen might come in here and take over for one of these Killorn and Kreiders in the top 6. Yeah. And I think that because of his injury history, might end up becoming a winger in the NHL. It's possible. It's possible. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities, and I like that. I like what you said there. I think the timing kind of fits, where you kind of slowly bring him in, and he replaces a Kreider or possibly Killorn. Yeah, yeah. And so it's and you can ease him into it, right? You're not going to just drop him on this team. And like you said, their top 6 is pretty solid. I mean, I've heard it recently or read it recently, where there are some who believe they can make the playoffs. That's right. Which is a little surprising to me because there's a lot going on around the team. Talk about Gibson being traded and so on and so forth. So if there's a camp out there that believe they can make the playoffs, Roger McQueen is a fantastic pick here. We had Kyle from Sarcastic Remarks podcast from THPN join us maybe 3 episodes ago, and we were talking about the Dallas Stars postmortem, and he basically said that at the end of the day, guys like teams like Anaheim, he really sees them making the playoffs next year because they're pushing. They're pushing for it. Yeah, they are. The development is right. The mix of young and old is really giving them a nucleus that they could build around. Yeah, and a lot of their young guys have had a lot of playing time. And he really expects Anaheim to be the player, the team to watch to make the playoffs next year. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me. On defense, Jackson Lacombe. They keep finding these defensemen, right? I mean, they have a history of just finding defensemen, like it's an art form for them at this point. Michikov, Zellweger, Lacombe.
They traded for Gudas. They made him a captain. They traded for Truba on the right side. They have Hellison, who came out of nowhere. They still have another guy that's supposed to... Luneau is supposed to be coming up as well. I don't know if they're going to find room for Luneau anywhere. But there's...
Well, this has been their MO for decades now at this point, right?
That's right.
This is not a new problem for them. They find defensemen where no one else can find them, and then they have a logjam and they got to start moving them, right?
That's right. That's right. Well, now it's pick number 11, and the Pittsburgh Penguins are on the clock. Listener D. Pata, his favorite team, and listener Mavrukas Jr., his favorite team. This is the Sidney Crosby team, the Kyle Dubas team.
Yes.
What do we think fake glasses Kyle Dubas is going to do here? I have a thing with...
Is that what we're calling them?
No, I have a thing with Kyle Dubas. I think if you want to look smart and you talk analytics all the time to get hired, and then you absolutely ruin the contract negotiation for Toronto on all their star players, I think that you should be criticized.
He makes a lot more than any one of us.
Oh, absolutely.
So when you're making that kind of money and you have that high profile job and you're in these markets, you deserve all the criticism you're getting, every single last one of them. So, that's the job you're in. So just, take it and be better. That's what I say.
Absolutely. And I think that the direction of this team is where it really hurt, because they were talking about the fact that, Crosby's there, Malkin's there, Letang is there. We don't want this team to tank. We want this team to be competitive right away. And they just didn't have the pieces that did it. Yeah. And they just couldn't make it happen. And one of the worst parts is that he went ahead and gave a contract to a goalie who had such up and down seasons, and you locked him in.
Yeah.
So I just don't see where the logic was when he did that. And yes, I get it. He was kind of under the gun because, he had just taken the job.
That's right. He just took the job, and it's a tough position. You got a goalie there. You don't really have anything else to rely on in terms of goaltending. You want a cup. So, you kind of...
Yeah.
You're kind of in a position where you have no choice. I'm not really sure I blame him all too much for that contract.
Yeah.
Because he was in a tough spot. You got all, like you mentioned, all of these, all these superstars, aging superstars, but maybe one last chance at a championship, and you got a goalie contract expiring. You got to do something about it.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I fault him too much on that.
Well, then he went out and got himself
a bad contract, I'll say. It's an awful contract.
Yep.
But I'm not sure I fault him on having to pull the trigger.
Okay. So what do you expect about the next move that he did, which was the Erik Karlsson move?
Yeah. I mean, it's not looking good, is it? It's certainly not looking good.
Yeah, a lot of the moves don't seem to be looking too great.
No, they're absolutely not. There's a lot of things that kind of blowing up in his face.
Yeah. Yeah, and
we'll get a little. I think the selection's coming in here soon, so we'll get into more Kyle Dubas. We like picking on him, don't we?
Well, I definitely.
Well, he was. I mean, look, he was a Toronto guy, right? We all heard Toronto. So
smartest guy in the room.
So there's that, and then he kind of had this demeanor about him, right? Where he came in, he's young and he's maybe a little more flashy than we're used to from most GMs. And what happened here?
No, we just have to.
The pick is in, though.
It's good.
Oh, there we go. So maybe a little more flashy than some GMs, and kind of relying a lot on analytics, and maybe that kind of rubbed people the wrong way a little bit.
Talking about relying on analytics, this is a very interesting pick here. So Benjamin Kindle, center out of Calgary of the WHL, 5'10", 180 pounds. He is a Pittsburgh Penguin, and it was Chris Letang, by the way, and his son making the pick. And I don't know if that was his son or not, but they had the exact same hair. So I'm assuming it was his son.
Yeah.
We don't have the volume on, so I apologize, guys.
Yeah, we don't.
So Kindle.
This one's interesting, eh? So just before you get to
go ahead,
that,
please.
I'm looking at some of the final rankings here from some of these guys. You know, you got Pronman here has him at 33, Wheeler at 21, McKenzie 22, McKean's 19, and Elite Prospects at 20. So this is pick 11.
This is a little bit of a reach.
This is an interesting one.
It's a little bit of a reach from what we've seen here.
Yeah.
And again, Kyle Dubas is trying to outsmart everybody in the room or relying heavily on analytics. And if we take a look at hockey prospecting, they have him at 40% chance of being a star, 77% chance of being a NHLer. So that's quite high. According to Elite Prospects, if we just take a look at his little profile here, he has a relentless pace, vision, and mid-scoring range. His defensive details define his hard-working forwards game. So he reminds Elite Prospects, or gives shades of, Clayton Keller. That's a pretty interesting concept.
Yeah.
But definitely not a sure thing, right?
No, and there's a bit of a lack of physicality there, I think, with him. So, yeah, going to be interesting to see kind of how they insulate a player like this.
Absolutely.
Right? So that he can go out there and do what he needs to do, but not get banged around.
That's right. That's right. We always try to make sure that people don't get banged around.
Right. I mean, look at it. I mean, 5'10", 180. 180 is pretty stocky for that height. So
True.
maybe he's got a big frame. Maybe he's got a good center of gravity. Can maybe push people off of the puck. A couple of highlights over here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I can see it happening. 35 goals and 64 assists in 65 games for the Calgary Spitfire.
Yeah, in the WHL. So that's pretty solid. Again, with the highlights of Team Canada. He looks pretty good. It's good. I'm seeing him in the center ice there in the slot. I'm seeing him down low at the goalie crease. So that's nice.
Well, look, we said that the draft could break open around this pick, right? Because every team is going to have very different projections.
Yeah, I'd certainly say they definitely broke this open. They broke the mold here with this pick.
Yeah, they broke the mold. And you know what? Sometimes it comes out to their benefit, but they need everything.
Yes, they do.
They need everything. They're starting a full rebuild here.
Yeah.
I mean, they hired Muse, who is one of the most touted NCAA coaches. They have Rutger McGordy. So already you're having some physicality there.
So do you feel like that's kind of the direction they're going in, where they have they kind of can maybe gamble a little bit on these picks in the early days because they're not top 3 picks and they kind of still have middle of the first round. You know, maybe they'll get to those days where, you know, they get a chance at picking first overall or having a couple of top 3, top 5 picks, but there's not much you could really do with the middle of the first round, right? So
right.
You think they're kind of taking maybe a chance?
That's a good point. I mean, if you really take a look at it, you might turn around and say to yourself that, well, Kindle is a player that, you know, maybe isn't ranked as highly as other ones, but maybe he has the most, not upside, but chances of being an NHLer from some of the guys that are left.
We got a trade alert.
Oh, we have a trade
We'll
to
see
announce.
what that's all about.
Philadelphia moves up on the clock.
Yes, they do.
And Philadelphia is now on the clock for the number 12th overall pick. Oh, this is interesting. I'm glad. I wonder who was it before? Pittsburgh had back-to-back picks, okay? So 11 and 12. So what Dubas has done here is that he's traded back.
Right. So does this look to you like they had their eye on one guy in particular, got him, and now trade the pick? They got their guy. There's no one else that's maybe interesting.
I think that to the Flyers went number 12, and to the Penguins went 22 and 31. So that's you know, they moved down 10 spots, but they added themselves another first rounder.
Yeah, that's pretty big.
That's pretty big. That's a pretty good trade if you're asking me here. The only thing that I would say though is that because Pittsburgh needs everything from top to bottom, wouldn't you think that maybe a Keyshawn Aitchison would have been a better pick here? Maybe a Cameron Reed, like two defensemen that still haven't been picked.
Yeah, I mean,
but are projected to be first or second pairing at least defensemen.
Yeah, I don't know what your thoughts on Jackson Smith is, but I like a Jackson Smith around this area too.
Yeah.
Yeah, a defenseman would have been nice. I still see Eklund out there. That's right.
Yeah.
So
and that's the other part that I was going to say too, is that let's say you're Pittsburgh, you need everything. Well, I just got 2 first-round picks. I moved down with my second one to get 2 more. So I'll have 3 picks now in the first round.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised if at 31 they trade back again in order to
for more capital, for more draft capital.
They need everything. Their prospect pool is so empty.
Yeah, you gotta fill those cupboards.
You got to fill the cupboards with something.
And you know what? This is a good draft to do it in. Now that I think about that, because like we were talking about earlier, how maybe around this area kind of starts to fall off a little bit, and no one's really a sure thing. Well, this is the draft that if you just need to fill up the cupboards, this might be the one where if you can pick 4 or 5 times even in the first 2 rounds, that could be a good start.
That's right. And again, if Pittsburgh was looking for centers, right, Benjamin Kindle might have been the next best center. I mean, Braden Coots is still there, but other than that, there's not much options. And then there's Cole Reshney, who there's a lot of talk about Cole Reshney not being drafted in the first round due to some off the ice issues. So Benjamin Kindle, I've added him to our ticker on the bottom here. I think I did. Pretty sure I did. Should be coming up any second now. And Philadelphia with this pick. So
the pick is in.
We said that Philadelphia needs a few things here.
They need a center. We were talking about them needing a center. So do you think they go
Coots?
for a Coots?
I would love a Coots here.
Maybe a Potter?
I would love a Coots here. I don't know if they're the type that to go after a Reshney here. But if you want a big player, it's also interesting to see if a Carter Bear.
Yeah, I forgot about him. I'll tell you that.
Right, a Carter Bear, or you shore up that defense with more physicality. You could go. Philadelphia is at a point in the rebuild here where they're kind of rebuilding on the fly, or they're reaching that rebuild stage where they have some talent now up front, and they need. Cam York is not looking like the player that we thought. I feel like they need some more physicality. They have Rasmus Ristolainen on the defense. Nick Seeler.
The pick is in. This is an interesting one.
Well, there's a center.
Okay.
You called it.
Okay.
You called it.
Well, we were certainly right about one thing. This draft has broken the mold for sure.
Jack Nesbitt is the pick for Philadelphia. And Jack Nesbitt, according to Hockey Prospecting, is a 22% star probability, 52% chance of being an NHLer. They don't have some great comps for him, unfortunately. So I'm not even going to mention them because I feel like I'm taking away from the player. But Nesbitt is the pick here. He was ranked number 48 according to Elite Prospects. And just to give you a little bit of rundown, from the Windsor Spitfires, Jack Nesbitt is an intelligent two-way center, 6'4", off puck details and flashes of high-end skill, but must pick up the pace and develop more contact skills. So they had him as a second rounder, but Philadelphia goes here and they get their guy.
Yeah. He was ranked as high as 15 and 17 by Pronman and Bob McKenzie. But like you said, Prospects has him at 48. So wide range there. Definitely a wide range on what some of these scouts think about him. But like you said, hey, and he's a big boy.
He's a big center.
Yeah, he's a big center. They needed a center.
What did they do last year?
I'm sorry?
What did Philadelphia do last year in the draft?
What did they do?
Another little reach for a center in Luchenko.
Yes, that's right. Yes, you're right. I'm an owner of him, and I didn't get that little pop quiz of yours.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I'm here for.
Okay. So, yeah. You're totally right. A little bit of a reach on the Luchenko.
But he's looking good, Luchenko,
I believe so.
As a middle six center.
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to turn out to be a number one center, but
No, probably has probably be a 2C, and Nisbet's probably going to fight him for that.
yeah, maybe they're going to be a team filled with 2Cs. Even Zegras, right? So like Zegras was recently traded to Philadelphia. I don't know if we spoke about him enough.
I don't think we touched on him very much at all.
So Sean Couturier is your center, but he's getting a little bit long in the tooth. Yeah. Noah Cates just got re-upped. So Noah Cates is maybe your 3C.
Yep.
So you have Trevor Zegras coming in, and he wanted to play center.
Yeah,
and
he wants to play center.
Anaheim just didn't have the room
and
for
he
that.
wants to play center, and he feels like that's where he plays best. And so I think they're going to give him that opportunity. I think they're going to give him the opportunity, and we'll see. We'll see if Zegras, the Zegras we know, is back in town.
If Zegras comes back and shows that he is going to be a 60 to 70 point player, you're basically looking at a number 2 center.
Yeah.
And now you have also Nesbitt and you have Luchenko coming up. Yeah. So you're starting to see a little bit of depth here on the center position.
For sure. And they're a team that's looking for center, right? So you got to give yourselves, you got to go out there and find as many as you can, develop as many as you can, so you can have the pick of the best 3.
That's right. And I love their wingers. So you're surrounding these centers with some really, really good wingers. Matvei Michkov, Travis Konechny, Owen Tippett, Tyson Forrester, Jacob Pelletier, Bobby Brink. Like, these are not bad players to have on the wing.
No.
And if you're surrounding your centers with good playmaking wingers like that, maybe you could take, as long as you get a few more centers in your pipeline, one of them could pop off. Like, I like Luchenko, the possibility of being a middle 6 guy, and now you're going to have another guy that's going to be pushing for that in in probably about 3-4 years.
Well, that's it. So I think that's exactly what the Philadelphia Flyers want. I think they want maybe an internal battle for that position because they don't have that bona fide number 1C. That might come in time. It might come in the future. If they ever pick in the top 3 or top 5. So they're going to have that internal battle with all of these guys and see who emerges.
That's right.
Just see who emerges while Sean Couturier plays out his days.
That's right. And Sean Couturier, I mean, he's not a number 1 center anymore, but he's playing as a number 1 center right now on this team because they have no choice.
Yeah,
they just don't have the pieces right now. But that was fun for our first trade of the draft.
Yeah.
Number 13 is up next, and 13 belongs to the Detroit Red Wings, the Shana Plan. So just to let everybody know, we are going to take
the Shana Plan.
Sorry, not the Shana Plan, the Iser Plan.
Iser Plan, yeah.
We are going to take a little bit of a break at pick 15, or should we do it at? I think we'll do it at 14. So we'll let this pick go through because this is Listener Rook's team.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that I'm live during Listener Rook's team. But then for the Columbus pick, we're going to take a small 10 to 15 minute break.
Sounds perfect.
It's right in the middle of the draft.
Yep.
It gives us a chance to refresh our beverages and a little bit of a bathroom break, and then we'll come back on.
Fantastic.
So in this case, for pick 13 and the Iser Plan hasn't been looking too great.
No, it has not. And I think a lot of people are frustrated about this in Motortown there. So it's kind of a shame. It's kind of a shame because he was so successful in Tampa Bay. He came over and it was kind of looking good in the early days, right?
Yes.
Now, tough days.
So, I mean, you have a Lucas Raymond who seems to be your cornerstone piece on this team.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have a semi-number 1 center in Dylan Larkin, I guess bottom of the number 1 centers, if you want to put him that way, right? So Dylan Larkin is somebody that could play center on the top line, but he's more of a 1B type number 1 center. Marco Kasper was drafted by Yzerman. I'm Lucas Raymond was really their best pick.
Yeah, it really was. And
they
Cider.
They
More
made some
Cider.
More Cider.
Yeah.
Even Simon Edvinson. I really like
Yeah,
Edvinson.
he's coming around.
But some of the
again, defensemen, right? These guys, they take time. So
Petrie, I didn't really like that move. Ben Sherratt, I didn't really like that move. Justin Holl.
Yeah, not good.
Why?
Yeah,
I don't understand that either. I think they had a find in Albert Johansson, to be honest with you, on the defensive side there. Who's that? Is that former
Dave Coulier?
Detroit Red Wing?
No, that's Full House.
That's
the Full House guy.
Oh, Dave Coulier,
Yeah, that's the Full House guy. Awesome.
He was wearing a Detroit Red Wings shirt.
He's a fan, eh?
I thought, what's going on there? Funny story. Vince and I actually saw Cam Talbot. I think it was Cam Talbot at the airport while he was going to
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, pick should be coming in any second now.
So they have I don't like the Tarasenko. Like he's whiffed on a few of these free agents and a few of these trades, but he's drafted pretty decently.
Look, the draft is not going horribly wrong.
Yeah,
I think it's like you said, the free agencies have been all misses.
I think he wanted to not rush the rebuild, but move the rebuild a step forward, kind of like Kent Hughes and Gordon are doing. But he selected some players that just didn't work out.
Yeah.
I know, and you could throw some shade at Kent Hughes and Gordon as well, because it doesn't seem like the move for Newhook really worked out that well, or Doc worked out that well.
So the pick is in.
Carter Bear.
Yeah,
that's
a good one.
This
is a very
Another
good one.
Good
At
pick.
number 13, I think this is fantastic value for Detroit here.
I agree.
Yeah, This is solid.
And we're gonna do listener Rook's team a solid here by giving the full details of this player, because I think this is a player that the Habs were really targeting as well. 42% chance to be a star, 63% star probability. Carter Bear is a left winger, 6 foot, 179 pounds. He was ranked number 8 in the Elite Prospects draft guide. Perhaps the most intense competitor in the draft. He's fearless, physical, and always making something happen. He's one of the top playmakers available as well as a winger. So this is great. I mean, 40 goals, 42 assists in 56 games in 2024 and 25 with the Everett. Wait, Everett Spitfires?
No.
I'm just calling everybody Spitfires now.
They're not the Spitfire. They're Everett.
Silver Tips?
Silver Tips, that's correct. Yes.
Look at me being
That's right,
good
the
at
Silver Tips.
WHL.
Yeah, great playmaker, this guy. Eh?
Yes.
He's got a good vision of the ice and great playmaker. I think he's going to do well. Like you mentioned, I had aspirations for the Habs landing a guy like this.
Yeah.
I like this.
Yeah, I like it too. Carter Bear.
We were beating up Yzerman a little bit there, but this is a good pick.
No, but again, we're coming back to the same thing that we said before. Yzerman drafts very, very well. It's the other stuff that we're worried about.
Yeah.
The trades, the free agent signings that just haven't bared any fruit. And I get it. He didn't want to rush his prospects. Totally get that. But now I feel like you have enough of these prospects that you're going to have to take a step forward, or you're already being questioned.
Yeah. At some point, you got to give these prospects that you've developed for so many years and you've brought them in. You got to start giving them some firepower. You got to start finding them some leadership. You got to find people who are experienced, who can kind of guide them through that process. You can't just fill up the team with 18 to 25-year-olds and say, go out there and win for me.
Right.
So these free agency signings, these trades that he's doing, he's going to have to pick it up. He's going to have to hit on some of these going forward. And funny we're mentioning that, actually. I know I noticed your board here in the back before we started the podcast, and you had mentioned that you're going to ask me for my pick. And funny enough, my pick, oh, there it is. Look at that. I'm officially part of the pod. There we go. So while I do believe that Vegas is probably the front runner here for Marner, I think there's a chance. There's a chance that Marner is a Detroit Red Wing.
Wow, listener Rooks, close your ears. Wow, that's awesome.
I think there's a chance. I think there's some substance there.
I'll make it a lot nicer than this later on, but listener Rooks, you got it. Listener co-host Mike has gone ahead and said that Detroit Red Wings are guaranteed going to get Marner. This is called being radioed, my friend.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy that.
Okay, I'll take everything. I'll take whatever comes of this.
All right, guys. So we're going to take a small break here. Columbus is on the clock. We will catch up with all these picks in a moment, but thank you very much for listening. We will be back in about 10 minutes time. So thank you very much, and we'll see you soon. Please do not change the channel. And we are back.
All right.
Thank you very much for staying on the line with us. We have tried our best to take a short break, but we are back here continuing this. And we are at pick 15. So we just missed one pick.
We got some catching up to do over here, right?
A little bit of catching up to do, but nothing too bad. So I'm just going to go ahead here and I'm going to add it to our tracker.
Yeah, and I'll call them out. So Columbus at pick 14 went with Jackson Smith.
Jackson
defenseman.
Smith.
Yeah, 6'4" defenseman, about 200 pounds. Solid guy.
Just another team that knows how to draft.
Yeah, I like this one a lot. In fact, he's on my short list. In Lama, I have the 20th pick. This is one of those guys I was kind of targeting in that area. Now, I don't know if going to Columbus at number 14 is going to affect that in any way where I've now lost my chances at getting him potentially at 20, but we'll see. But I like him enough to have him on a short list for that pick in Lama.
And just to continue with Jackson Smith, they've made some picks on the defensive side that actually look really good lately. They traded away David Jiricek.
Yeah.
We know about that. They also drafted Mattychuk.
Right.
And Mattychuk looks like he's going to be a staple on that defense starting next year. So they have Werenski, they have Severson. They're going to have Mattychuk now. And maybe one day soon, Jackson Smith is going to join the top 4.
Yeah, I believe so. I think he's going to have his chance there to at least see some top 4 minutes. Yeah, this guy's a powerhouse. Kind of a little, I'd say bigger. Let me just look at those sizing again here. Yeah, definitely bigger. I was going to say maybe bigger than PK Subban. Definitely bigger than PK Subban. But kind of that physicality and that kind of that grit and that, go head first in.
That's right.
Kind of mentality. So I really like Jackson Smith.
Jackson Smith as well. If we're, he was the number 6 ranked prospect on Elite Prospects.
Number 6,
A dynamic offensive creator, explosive 4-way mover, physical shutdown presence. So he sounds like an all-around guy, right?
Yeah.
And more all in the same skill set. All roads lead to the NHL, but which pathway will he take? So it's going to be interesting. He has shades of Thomas Harley, shades of Travis Sanheim. So this is a great pick. It feels like a value pick at this stage.
Yeah, I think there's no guarantees in life, but I think we got an NHLer over here. To grab him at, where'd they grab him here? Was that number 14? Yeah, that's pretty solid.
Vancouver with the 15th pick goes ahead and selects Braden Coots. So Braden Coots is a center out of Seattle. And we're just updating the ticker here, but Braden Coots is one of those, I guess, best center left. Really, he's
possibly,
the number 16 from the Seattle Thunderbirds, and he was 16th ranked in Elite Prospects. This one's a forechecking machine. Already looks like he's an NHLer with flashes of dynamic play driving, top 6 potential. Yeah, So again, we spoke about this a little bit, where we said that this draft is not as deep as other drafts. You're still talking about top 6ers here in the 15th overall pick.
Yeah, if not middle 6 guys who could be really, really, really good. If you're playing on say the third line, or if their opportunity starts at the third line and then maybe develops into a second line player. But you could be looking at some really, really good third line players here. Yeah. So as you mentioned, the draft maybe kind of dips down a bit, but I think there's good value there for these guys to have their opportunity to play in these situations and maybe even force their team's hand to give them those top 6 minutes.
Absolutely. Hockey Prospecting has Braden Coots listed as a 22% chance of being a star, 52% chance of being an NHLer. So we're still in that range that we're seeing like a potential, like you said, middle sixer. And I think for Vancouver, how does he fit? Well, Vancouver's a little bit of a tire fire like we spoke about before.
Yeah, we did. And so who knows what's going on in Vancouver, right? So his fit for now is, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
I think, he's going to have some development time for sure. I think he certainly plays another year in the WHL. And then we'll see. Like, it kind of depends on where Vancouver goes. Like, if they kind of right this ship and try to be playoff guys a bit, maybe that affects his timing. If they kind of do a little retool on the fly, maybe he gets a chance at playing for Vancouver a little earlier than expected.
And I think there was rumors, and maybe it was already confirmed. My memory escapes me at this point, but Vancouver was really trying hard to get Garland under contract.
Right.
So I don't know if that was finalized, but they were looking for a long-term deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure where that ended up.
Garland. So again, a little bit of a tire fire in the sense of we're not exactly sure how it's going to go.
I think a lot's in the air there in Vancouver.
Yeah, and we'll see. Right now, the next two picks are the picks that Montreal gave to the New York Islanders.
Oh yes, this is going to be interesting.
As the compensation for the Noah Dobson trade.
Correct.
With
Can I say something that's maybe a little wild at this point at pick number 16?
Go ahead.
Victor Eklund is still out there.
And you know what? I would have been absolutely in love with that pick if it was Montreal's pick.
Yeah.
Don't get me
definitely.
wrong. I prefer Dobson.
Yeah.
But I think Victor Eklund would have been Montreal's pick here, and Cam Aitchison as well. Those are the two picks back to back that I think that they would have.
And you know what?
With.
Going in before today,
there was rumors about Hensler as well, but
but going in before today, I don't think you could have ever imagined Montreal at 16 and 17 walking away with an Eklund or an Aitchison.
But this is the thing about the draft is that every single year, people end up dropping, and this is great for the Islanders. I mean, the Islanders, in the end of the day, they went ahead and they picked the number one player in the draft. Now they might shore up that defense even more. And
that's it.
The pick is in. So Gary Bettman is coming up and he's giving a speech about something.
So that's it. I mean, like you said, they walked away with the first overall, and now they have an opportunity here to grab a couple of guys who have fallen.
Absolutely.
Some guys that we kind of all thought should have been gone by now.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what this means in the grand scheme of things. Like, I don't know if it's, the value is certainly there.
I think the value is there.
It,
so this makes you know what? That's a good point. A lot of New York Islanders fans were a little bit upset about the Dobson trade. I think you've gotten some value here.
Well, of course, yeah. If you're an Islanders fan now, you're looking at these two picks and you're looking at what remains on the board, and you're looking at what was just picked now at number 16, and you got to be happy. I would assume
you have to be happy if you're an Islanders fan.
So the Islanders select Victor Eklund.
There you go. Yeah. There you go. We said it. Victor Eklund was the pick here, and he fell.
He fell. Yeah, he fell.
He would have been a
so
great
I'm looking
pick.
at some of the final rankings here. Pronman 8, Wheeler 8, McKenzie 10, McKean's 8, Elite Prospects 9.
So you got a top 10 player.
Yeah. By all scout accounts, yeah.
You got a top 10 player in Victor Eklund. And this guy, we're going to talk about him now because I really like this player. I thought that this player would have gone earlier, like we just mentioned. And 17, New York Islanders are going to be up again, and either the pick is in or they're on the clock again. I can't really tell.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, it's. It looks like that might just still be the 16th pick.
But
I haven't highlighted the 17th pick yet. So yeah, Eklund. Wow, this is a big fall. Certainly. 5'11", 169 pounds out of Stockholm, Sweden.
Yeah, I'm just going into the elite prospects here because, this is why the draft is fun, guys. I know like some of you might be a little bit tired. You don't know some of these players. I'm excited. I'm excited that Victor Eklund is a New York Islander here because this is the perfect player, I think, to pair with a Cole Yzerman.
Yeah.
So here's the elevator pitch. A highly translatable and skilled winger with one of the best motors in the draft and a physical game that supersedes his size. A strong bet to become a top 6 NHLer. I mean, how are you not excited if you're an Islanders fan right now?
Yeah, you should be excited.
Like, I think Matthew Darsh knocked this one out of the park. I know he got rid of a top pairing defenseman. Don't get me wrong. But the picks here from Djurgården, Sweden, Victor Eklund, projected top 10. So,
yeah, look at that. Leading goal scorer at their 2024 U18 championship. He's good. He's good. We're just going to keep it as simple as that. He's good. A lot of above average skills across the board in terms of skating, in terms of puck skills, IQ, awareness. Just a really, really solid player. Look at that shot, eh? Look at that.
Yeah.
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 They got a good one here at number 16.
And again, kind of, you're kind of seeing the rebuild on the fly for the Islanders, right? They lost Brock Nelson, but they went and they picked up a center, a highly touted center in that trade. His name escapes me right now. I was hoping that you would have it, but
let it stew a bit.
Yeah, we'll let it stew a bit, and while we figure that out. But I'm just going to go here to the Islanders page because I feel like this team is going to be in a good rebuild, and guys like Victor Eklund are really going to help.
Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they pivot, right?
Calum Ritchie, that's who it was. Now, Ritchie might be a year away or so, but Calum Ritchie at center, you have Victor Eklund on one side, you have Yzerman on the other side, you still have Barzal, who's not long on the tooth yet. He's still in his prime.
Not at all.
And maybe by the time these guys are quality players, he'll be closer to a little bit older Barzal.
I think they got a lot of work to do there in the Islanders, but
you have a number one goalie in Sorokin.
Yeah,
so
that helps. The number one goalie that helps tremendously. It's so tough to find good goaltending, reliable goaltending, and now they went out and they got a Schaefer, so that helps with their defense right off the bat. What do you think? What do you think they go here at number 17? Because I think I'm looking at Aitchison available, and that would be a pretty solid defensive pick. Wouldn't you agree? After just walking away with, you got Schaefer earlier in the night, and now you're able to add Aitchison
in
the same draft.
I love that. That would be a home run for me.
So now we're going back. We're talking. They got the goalie, they got the bona fide
number one
D, going to be their number one D, potential captain down the road, I feel like, anyway.
Yeah.
Now you got another Aitchison here, potentially. Yeah.
You got yourself a winger in
So
Eklund.
you're starting that, the typical traditional rebuild sort of model, right? Where you're going back and forward.
And they still have a lot of players that are going to keep them competitive. I don't know about playoff team. Losing Dobson was a big blow.
Yeah.
But
I think that might be a foregone conclusion at this point, that it's a wrap for their playoff aspirations.
You think so?
I think so.
We'll see what other moves they make as well.
The way I see it is they've already struggled with the playoffs for several years. Getting in or just barely getting in or getting in but getting booted immediately. So you just
Barzal staying healthy has been an issue.
Struggling to stay healthy. So you get rid of Dobson here. I think that's enough to get you out of the playoffs.
Does Schaefer replacing Dobson, does that mean you're taking a step back?
No, I don't think so.
So on defense, they're pretty much the same, right? You have a Romanov, you have a Polak,
Schaefer's going to take a while to get to where Dobson is today.
But he could replace Perunovic, for example, on the second pairing right off the bat.
Yeah.
So I find their defense is not in a bad shape.
No, I don't think it's in bad shape.
I think they could use a bit more.
I don't think it was great to begin with. So
Correct.
I don't think you lost Dobson. That's really, really big, but you didn't have much of anything else there.
That's right.
Other than Dobson. So
that's right.
I don't think it's going to hurt them all that much.
That's right. And there he is. We
Aitchison.
have predicted this, ladies and gentlemen.
I told you we're going 32 for 32.
Oh, man. We're doing good. Kayshawn Aitchison From Barry of the OHL, I love this pick. It's exactly what we spoke about.
Yeah.
I mean, this just made the Dobson move make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah. So they got to be happy here, right? Sure, you moved Dobson. You got the 2 picks, and what you turned those 2 picks into is probably the best outcome you could have asked for.
I think so. I think you're absolutely right.
You got a top 10 guy who fell into your lap, and you got a bunch of teams who passed on defensemen for the most part, leaving you with a chance at Aitchison at 17.
That's
It's
amazing.
Fantastic.
Victor Eklund was a top 10. We just mentioned that. Projected top 10 pick. Keyshawn Aitchison, he is now an Islander. According to Hockey Prospecting, Keyshawn Aitchison was a 16% chance of being a star, 58% chance of being an NHLer. According to Hockey Elite Prospect, Aitchison was the 18th ranked player on their board, and they got him right about where he deserves to go, I guess. A punishing two-way defender with clutch scoring ability, play-killing potential, elite physical traits, a future fan favorite in the NHL.
Yep, he's going to hurt a lot of people.
I'm very happy for the Islanders here. I'm very happy for the Islanders. I think this guy is going to be a great player for them. 6'2", 196 pounds, 26 goals as a defenseman in the
26
OHL.
goals and a whole lot of swagger. Look at this guy, eh?
Yeah, he's wearing that pink suit. He looks good. He looks very, very good. His suit is custom made for sure. Bunch of pictures inside. I don't know what the pictures are, but he's going to wear an Islanders jersey now.
Yeah, good for him. This is, like you said, man, it's going to be
Oh, man, I
tough
love
guy,
the draft.
tough guy to play with.
I love the
Tough
draft.
guy to play against every night. I think he's going to bring it. He's going to bring it hard.
Yeah, I think out of everybody that I know, I think me and you are 2 of the people that really follow the draft quite a bit. So I'm glad I was able to do this with you because it's moments like this where the Red Wings go ahead and take Bear.
Yeah.
Blue Jackets take Jackson Smith. We see some surprises in Kindle getting picked.
Yes.
We see the Canucks going with a center in Coots. And now, all of a sudden, Islanders getting quality with Victor Eklund and Keyshawn Aitchison with the 2 picks that they got for the Noah Dobson trade. I think this is a home
this is
run.
great. And I think these 2 guys too, they could turn it around real quick with these guys and have them playing on the top squad sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I think both of these guys are maybe a year or 2 max away.
Right, that's it. And you got them at 16 and you got them at 17, and you got to be happy about that.
Absolutely. Some really good players are left on the board. We're talking about guys like Lakovic, who's a big guy. Potter, who's one of Junior's favorites. There's Brushkovic, who I really hope goes to Vancouver so that we could have all the Petterssons and all the Brushkovits.
Oh, the Brushkovic is... Yes, he is. Yeah,
He is.
That's right. He's no longer a Calgary Flame.
That's right.
You're correct.
One thing you'll realize is that on this podcast, I'm usually the correct one.
Right. I got that sense. I got that sense coming. I felt the aura when I walked in here.
The aura.
Yeah, there's an aura.
So I'm seeing a name here that's very interesting. Vince had predicted Ravensburger, and Ivankovic are the 2 goalies that are going to go in the first round.
Right.
I
remember hearing that.
I don't think it's going to be next to the Calgary Flames because that doesn't make sense to me. They already have a Wolf that's just killing it. He was a nominee for Calder this year.
Yeah.
So Justin Carbonneau is still on the board.
Yeah,
that's a big name.
That could be a nice pick there, eh? I feel like he's a good fit there in Calgary. Like kind of their style, you know what I mean? Like kind of the player mold that they like to chase.
Yes. I hope he turns into something because
let me see where his rankings are.
Like Montreal Canadiens were going to be maybe interested in a Justin Carbonneau as well.
Yeah. He's kind of around this area, Pronman 18, Wheeler 12, McKenzie 16, McKean 16. Elite prospects have him at 11.
So is your prediction for Calgary going to be a Carbonneau?
Yeah, possibly. That's I think. Let me think about this. Give me a minute here. Let me think about this.
Yeah, of course. Lakovic is another possibility here.
Lakovic is a good one too.
Hensler, if they want to go defensive defenseman, it could be a pick. Cameron Reed could be a pick. So I'm just naming some names here. But
I'm gonna throw my hat in the Carbonneau ring. I think let's see if I can go 3 for 3 here.
Yeah, I think Carbonneau, they're just on a commercial break here. So Calgary's rebuild is another rebuild on the fly. I'm a little bit interested. Well, I'm very interested in how Calgary goes. But so far, the Huberdeau thing doesn't seem to have been working out great. One of the surprises for Calgary is actually Matt Coronado.
Yeah.
So he's been really picking it up lately, playing top line pretty much.
I recently traded him away actually in Lama. That kind of hurt me a little bit. I mean, I got a really good player out of the deal, if I'm not mistaken. He was part of the Heliabuck deal, so no complaints there. But whenever you give up one of these prospects, especially one who showed us last year that he really took some steps forward, it always stings a little bit, even if the piece you're getting back is a solid one.
Absolutely. There's a lot of rumors that Rasmus Andersson is on the way out. Mackenzie Weegar is actually still a very productive player. They have Zane Parekh coming up.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting what they do with Rasmus Andersson.
I mean, Zane Parekh is ready. He's ready for the NHL. Now? Sorry?
Rasmus Andersson.
He was at 4.5, I think, the last
Even
time
for
I
this
had
year,
checked.
right? Still for this.
One more year.
One more year. Yeah, that's good money.
Dustin Wolf is their goalie of the future and is already the goalie of the now, I should say.
Yeah, he's there. He's there, and he's here to stay.
So it's interesting because I feel like there could be a little bit more for Calgary. Parekh was a really, really big pick last year. So he was a huge pick for them.
Huge pick for them, absolutely. I'm not sold on the trade they recently did with Philly to get Frost and Farabee. I don't know what that's going to provide them. Do you think it might be a stopgap until things kind of?
I think they wanted
there?
some. Yeah, I think they wanted some youth.
You think they're maybe looking at Frost as potentially a mainstay?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. I don't think Frost has that ability. They have some guys coming up like Honzek, who they've drafted. Their number one prospect is Zeke Parekh. Dustin Wolf, you can't really call him a prospect anymore. Matt Coronado. So they have the young pieces that are there. Brushevich is still there, or?
No, he got traded.
He got traded
to Vancouver.
Samuel Honzek.
Connor Zary, he's really good.
Pelletier is gone. It's interesting because I think they needed some guys that are just a little bit older than some of these young guys.
And kind of like fill out the roster
the roster with some youth. So maybe that's the way that
even
they
bad
thought
teams
about it.
there, right? Even bad teams are looking to collect wins.
That's right.
So
you can't be bottoming out every year and killing the Larry. Is that McDonald?
Yeah, that's him.
Yeah. So he's making the Calgary pick. Pick is in here for Calgary. So we're just gonna see who that might be. Again, Mike is going with Carbonneau.
Yeah, that's what I think.
I'm also saying Carbonneau here. I think that's just the home run pick at this stage at number 18. But it's not.
Oh, Reshensky.
Cole Reshny is the pick here. And guys, he is the highest upside guy. I could absolutely say that the floor is 0. The floor is Ryan Merkley because there have been some attitude concerns. There have been some issues with this player. And Victor Nuno had come on and said to us that, you know what, this is the type of player that might not make it to the NHL due to character and not necessarily skill, because he does have skill coming out of the wazoo. So if Calgary could get this guy on the right track, he's a 5'11", 180-pound center from Saskatchewan. They're getting a good old Canadian boy.
Yeah.
62 games played, 26 goals, 66 assists last year for Victoria of the WHL. This is a player that has the skill to do everything. He has the potential of a top liner, but like we saw with Ryan Merkley, having the skill doesn't necessarily translate to being an NHLer. You have to have the right attitude as well. Right. And I think that's the part why some teams shied away from him, and that's why maybe he dropped all the way to 18. But
10th in scoring in the WHL this year.
You know what?
He's committed to North Dakota.
That's right.
So he's going to play in the NCAA. I'm going to just make an assumption here. I assume in the NCAA because it's...
You have to keep your grades up.
Right. So because it's academia as well, maybe that'll shape him up a little bit in that department of, where people have some concerns.
That's right. He's ranked 25th for elite prospects, and they've written a little profile here that equal parts clever, open ice playmaker, robust down low creator. He has the skill to fill the net with pucks and the details to make it even without dynamic skating. Yeah. He has shades of Matt Coronado.
There we go.
They got themselves a center that could be as good as Matt Coronado, who currently is a top liner for them. So
I think this guy is oozing with talent. If he can channel that, kind of direct it correctly, I think this, where are we at here? At 18? This is great.
Yeah,
potentially.
He was a top prospect, and he was a top prospect for a while. Finishing 4th in primary assists for the per 60 in the WHL. One of the best playmakers available of this draft class. So all you're hearing is great things about Reshny. Yeah. I've added it to the tracker already. And I just want to see what Hockey Prospecting has him at. 40%.
Prospecting, right.
40% chance of being a star, so higher than some of the last 4 picks combined. 77 NHLer probability. So they really see, according to this model, a possible top 6 player.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think so too. I mean, if he can put it all together.
Sky's the limit.
Right. His ceiling is really, really high.
Yeah, I think this is a great pick.
He's got the skill. He's got the skill to go with it.
You might want to have to surround him with some high character guys.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you get like some good leadership in there. Maybe you get a couple of former captains. Yeah. Veteran guys. Maybe guys who have put in a lot of time, mentor him and sort of guide him a little bit. But,
yeah, absolutely.
The ceiling is crazy on this guy. He's uber talent.
Yeah, and this is the kind of risk that you take, right? You're not picking 15th because of the fact that you had traded that pick for the Sean Monahan trade with the Montreal Canadiens.
Yeah.
So instead, you're picking 18th, and you still get yourself a guy that could possibly be a top 6er. I think he moves right up the list on these prospect rankings. Yeah. Maybe number 3.
This one's reminiscent of the Islanders' Cole Yzerman pick.
Yes,
to me.
Yes,
in terms of taking that chance on someone he fell.
Yeah,
and taking that chance on a guy who has uber skill, but maybe some character issues.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of. I think sky's the limit for him. I really hope the best because I like seeing Calgary competitive. Those battles of Alberta used to be so much fun to watch. Great. And I think it's good for hockey to have those battles. So Carbonneau does not get picked here. Nope. He's still on the board.
Yep.
Cameron Reed is still on the board as well. Logan Hensler, Fiddler. So some defensemen possibly coming up here in the next few picks.
What are you thinking for the Blues here?
So
what do you think their needs are?
So the Blues could really use a bit of defense.
I believe so. I think Perunovic, maybe a little bit of a failed project there. They moved on from him.
But they did some really good moves with the 2 restricted free agents that they brought in.
Yeah.
They have Jimmy Snuggerud, who we spoke about before. One of the reasons that they might be moving Kyrou or might be shopping Kyrou is because of the fact that Jimmy Snuggerud has shown really well so far and is limited.
Them a bit of a safety net there.
A bit of a safety net. So, you have guys like Neighbors. You have guys like Holloway. You have still Braden Chen, who is one of the most leaders, one of the best leaders of that team.
Yeah, just a solid guy to have, eh?
Yeah, so I feel like your forward, Robert Thomas is still very young, right? I feel like your forward core is pretty good.
Yeah, their top six is great.
Broberg is maybe the youngest defenseman that you have on there. Tyler Tucker is a guy that's making a little bit of his name for himself on the bottom pairing there. But St. Louis, I feel, could use defensemen. And the pick is in, by the way. We do see Gary Bettman walking to the podium. You have Binnington and Hofer. Hofer is still pretty young as well. So the only thing that I would say is that I feel like St. Louis does need a little bit of defense here.
Yeah, so I think I'm on board with that. I think they need a defenseman here. Who do you think? They go for here? Think Hensler? You thinking Reed maybe?
I like Reed. I like Reed a lot. Hensler makes sense.
Okay.
But I don't think you could go wrong with either of these. It looks like the crowd is very excited. Oh, they have. Isn't that the Nikki Glazer? Isn't she the one that roasted Tom Brady?
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's her.
She's one of the funniest people I saw on that roast.
Yeah.
Cool to have her in. I wish I could hear her now, but
Well, it's coming in. It's coming in hot.
For broadcasting issues, we cannot show the actual draft. Or
we're not there yet, are we?
We're not there yet. No, the NHL hasn't answered.
All right,
me.
it's in. It's a good one.
And Justin Carbonneau, well done again. This forward core is gonna be a fun one to watch in St. Louis, and they did a rebuild on the fly.
Yeah,
and it feels like it's working really well.
Yeah, I like their group. Their forward group is great. It's so dynamic.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a look here very quickly. Brian Ellis had something on Daily Faceoff regarding the prospect pool here. Doug Armstrong is the GM. And their top prospects is obviously we mentioned Jimmy Snugarud already. Dalibor Dvorsky at center. Otto Stenberg is actually one guy that a lot of people really like, as well as a middle six player. They have Lindstein on defense, Adam Juracek on defense. So they did go defense last year.
Yeah, they did.
So maybe that's the reason why they go Justin Carbonneau here.
I think Carbonneau kind of fits around there right now. Maybe their third or fourth best prospect at the moment.
Yeah, and St. Louis is one of those teams that surprises. Because they made the playoffs.
Yeah.
So in that division, they went ahead and made the playoffs, and I feel like a lot of their players are young enough that it's easy for them to repeat being a playoff team.
Yeah, it should be. It should be. I think their top six is pretty stable. I think it's a well coached group. So I don't see why they can't pursue the playoffs every year going forward. Like we said, they're a really young group, right?
And a lot of good players coming up. So with Carbonneau,
they need a little help though on the defense. They might maybe they'll shop for something.
Yeah, maybe
at some point.
It depends how
they were in on Dobson at some point. I think
that's true. They were one of the finalists for
right.
Dobson,
So maybe not the last two standing, but I think they were close.
So bringing it back to Justin Carbonneau here, a highlight reel creator with top of the class tools. And we had read his shooting and puck handling.
Shooting. Everywhere you read, it's a shooting.
Yeah. So mindset to be a difference maker. Decision making needs some work, but top six upside is clear according to elite prospects. The hockey prospecting model has him at 24% chances of being a star, 53% chance of being an NHLer, and further to that, I need to update the tracker here. But another good pick. Like I really like these picks, even though they're later. St. Louis is coming away with some quality here.
Yeah. Look at that. It comes out of Blainville, Boisbriand. That's not too far from here.
That's not too far from here. Yeah. Good QMJHL player. So I'm just double checking here, making sure. All right.
Who's next? Right. What kind of time do we have here?
Well, the St. Louis
it's going to be Columbus.
Is Columbus in, and now next. Columbus has their second pick in the first round.
Yeah.
So who did they go with in the first time? We had just missed it because we were on break.
So they got Jackson Smith.
They got Jackson Smith.
14.
They went defense the
so
first
here they
time.
have another opportunity for a 20 pick. Let's see what's available out there. What are we thinking?
Well, another defenseman looks like it's the way to go. They're the top ranked players that are left over here. You can never have too many defensemen, one GM once said, especially right-handed defensemen. So I'm curious to see. There is a Lakovic, on the forward side.
I saw him available. I saw a Potter was also available. So those are interesting if they're going forward here.
And Columbus, again, traditionally, they do very well. So it's more than halfway through the draft here, and they're going on a commercial break. They're about to name the GM of the year, who the general manager of the year was.
Are they doing that right now at the draft?
They're doing it at the draft.
Fantastic.
Jim Nill is one of the finalists. I mean, I can't see how Bill Zito isn't. Right? I'm so curious to see who the other nominees are.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Jim Nill has done a really good job.
Have they announced him, the finalists?
They probably have, but I don't know if I caught it either.
Yeah, we'll see.
All right. So while we wait for the announcement of General Manager of the Year, Justin Carbonneau just got picked to the St. Louis Blues. He seems to be a guy that's going to maybe replace Pavel Buchnevich when he gets a little bit older and
do you think Buchnevich might be on the move? I feel like there's always something surrounding his name.
That's very true. That's very true. Like,
and I don't know if it's for good or bad reasons.
So last year, Buchnevich had a rough time, and I know because I owned him in fantasy. He had a rough time at the beginning of the season, and then once he got moved on to the Robert Thomas line, he just started putting on points near the end of the season.
Yeah. Yeah, he poured them on at the end, eh?
He poured them on at the end. And I think it just goes to show that if he can't play center, and they were kind of trying to use him at center, they were Montgomery maybe wasn't the biggest fan of Buchnevich. So Montgomery's there now, sorry. Who was the coach before Montgomery?
It was what's his face? Wasn't it? Toronto's current coach. Say it.
No, but they switched coaches halfway through the year, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, since him.
Yeah. Because they went to once Jim Montgomery left from Boston, he went to St. Louis.
Right.
And with the second that happened, a few games later, you see Buchnevich starting to produce.
Right.
So a lot of this is how you're utilized.
Absolutely.
And Jim Montgomery is one of the best offensive coaches.
Yeah, he's good.
That there is. So I feel like he's done very, very well with Buchnevich, and I really hope Buchnevich stays on St. Louis because this looks like it's going to be an offensive team.
He has an amazing talent, right? He just he is streaky. He is a very streaky player, and when he does go on a cold streak, it's often for a long stretches of 6 points in 20 games.
Yes.
Crazy stuff. You know what I mean? But then we'll turn it around and suddenly we'll get you 18 and 12.
Yes. But with St. Louis being so well positioned for the future, just think about this for a second. Robert Thomas is your number one center.
Yeah.
Your number two center is currently Braden Chen. Braden Chen retires soon. You have Dalibor Dvorsky coming up. You have Otto Stenberg coming up. So you have your replacements for a potential loss of Braden Chen.
Right.
You're not looking to take a step back, it feels like.
No.
You're not going to take a step back,
no.
Even though you lose that player. On the wing, now they have a Justin Carbonneau. They have young pieces as well in Holloway and Neighbors.
Just checking here. I want to see what kind of term Braden Chen has. It's going to be interesting to
Do you use Puckpedia?
Yes. I want to see this one. It won't say.
No, Puckpedia I find is one of the better ones
Puckpedia
that
is what
replaced.
I just can't remember if he's got 1 or 2 years left, but they need to buy some time. I think after that's the number 2 center position is kind of what I'm getting at. I think they need to buy some time because they do have Dvorsky coming up, but
do you think he's ready?
No. I mean, I think he's ready to have a shot. Mm-hmm. I don't know if he's ready to play 2C.
Yeah,
on a team with playoff aspirations too, right?
That's right. It's a big ask.
Yeah, it is a big ask. So I think it's important that they get a little bit more time out of. Okay, he's got 2 more years.
He's got 2 more years.
Yeah, 3 years. Sorry.
Wow, 3 more years.
Yeah.
At 6.5, that's great.
Yeah,
that's great for a second line center. He's not really like the point producing guy that he used to be. But
I'm reading this right, correct? Yeah, I am reading this right. Yeah, he's got 3 years left. That's 6.5. So that's perfect. I mean, that's ample time to get Dvorsky in there and to sort of, do the changing of the guard.
Agreed. So the pick is in for Columbus. So moving on to the Columbus Blue Jackets again for the second time in this draft. The Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select. First, we'd like to congratulate the Florida Panthers on winning the Stanley Cup. Pyotr Andreyanov from Russia.
Oh, boy.
CSKA Junior.
So,
goaltender.
Everyone.
I had Ravensburg here.
Everyone thought the goaltending in this class was going to be impossible to sort of decipher, right? People had only Ravensburger in the first and everyone else in day 2. And suddenly at the 20th overall, we have Andreyanov, goaltender, Russia, 6 foot, 207 pounds, playing out of SKA juniors.
So he was on.
I'm going to need you to tell me how I'm supposed to feel about this.
He was on a few lists, but I was not expecting him to be a day 1 pick.
Absolutely not.
And the funny thing is that producer Vince had gone ahead and chosen a goalie for Columbus in the first round, 20th pick. He chose a goalie. So he got the position
nailed that
right.
Part. Yeah,
he nailed that part, which we don't give him enough props sometimes.
But he didn't get the right player, so you get nothing, Vince. You got 0 points. Nothing.
He had predicted that Ravensburger was going to go here, and we already know that Jet Greaves is their goalie of the future, it looks like. Yeah. And if you're picking somebody like Pyotr Andreyanov, or if you're picking somebody like Ravensburger, you're projecting 5 years down the line that they're going to hit the NHL. So you can't look at this pick and say in the next couple of years that he's going to come in and take Jet Greaves' spot. Right. Merzlikins looks like he's lost a lot of favor for this team.
Unfortunately.
I'm just waiting to make sure that I spelled Andreyanov right.
Yeah. So anyways, he, this is a wild one. I don't even know what to make of it, but he played 37 games in the MHL last year. And he had a 9.42. So that's he had a strong outing. Absolutely.
But it's not in the KHL, in the junior MHL.
Correct. Yeah. He's playing
it's a big difference.
It is absolutely a big difference. But
he was 79th ranked according to Elite Prospects. So the 79th ranked player. And he's the worst part is that he's only 6 foot tall.
Yeah, when sort of the league is starting to favor a lot of the bigger goalies.
That's right.
Yeah.
According to Elite Prospects, they say that he's an athletic and aggressive goalie that consistently finds his game in big moments. Do you remember some of the scouting that the Habs had done on Fowler?
Yes.
One of the big things that they said about Fowler was that he didn't have the best stats, but in big games, he came to play.
Yeah.
And they felt that that was more indicative of NHL success rather than the fancy stats in junior.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe that too.
And maybe this pick is following that trend.
Perhaps.
I don't know about first round, but they did have 2 first round picks. And sometimes, like Junior likes to say, sometimes you could take a risk with your second first rounder.
Yeah. Mind you, goaltending is, I think, a really big risk.
I think so as well.
Picking as high as 20 is, you're making a statement here. You're trying to tell your fans over here that you see something maybe a lot of other people don't, and you're asking for a lot of trust with a pick like this.
Yeah. So again, 6 foot as opposed to, some of the 6'5" goalies that are out there.
Yeah.
Very curious to see how this is going to play out for Columbus. Not sure I'm crazy in love with this pick. I'm definitely not.
I'm not. I'm definitely not.
But there's a lot of runway still for him to develop.
Yeah.
So we'll kind of see what happens there. If Elite Prospects ranks you as a number 79 player and you took him at 20, there's a 59 position gap. Yeah. And I'm not saying Elite Prospects is the know-all, be-all.
You also leapfrogged a couple of other goalies, maybe even 3 other goalies who a lot of people are much higher on.
That's right. And there was still some good value to be had on defense here.
Yeah, if you're looking at what's
Cameron
available,
Reed,
if you're looking
Hensler.
at what's available, there's a lot of value there.
I don't like teams that will turn around and just give up their second round pick for a risk.
Their second round pick, first round pick. Yeah.
I know taking a little bit of a risk is
yeah. I feel like that's a good opportunity to kind of use that pick on something that has an upside of a home run, but this one doesn't really spell that out to me.
Either they know something that we don't. Oh, there's a trade to announce.
Oh, fantastic. Good.
Oh, hello, Gary. Hello, Gary. Thank you for coming to town.
We have a trade to announce.
This is the second trade of the draft.
Yeah, let's see what it's all about.
Nashville has leapfrogged and come into the forefront here. Ottawa trades away their pick to Nashville. We're going to try to get you exactly what it was. Oh, okay. It's the 21st overall pick to move up 2 spots.
In exchange for the 23rd and 67th. Yeah, so they go down 2 spots.
So there's somebody here that Nashville really likes.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to say this is not Reed. I don't know. Hensler, Reed.
Yeah, I'm feeling a defenseman here.
What are we thinking about Nashville when it comes to their... they went out and they got a center, right? In their first pick.
Correct.
So Nashville, I'm just trying to keep up with... I have to change all my things here to bring it to Nashville.
Yeah, so on with their first pick, the 5th overall was Brady Martin.
That's right.
Yeah, so they got a centerman there. We talked about how they got a couple of aging centermen that are on their way out sooner rather than later. So I don't think they go with another center here. I don't think they try to bring in 2 in one night and solve that problem. I like defense because there's some good defensemen out there. And yeah, you can always, adding defensemen to your cupboards, try to get that shored up, built up. What's left out there? Do you have their lineup available?
So just looking at their prospects very quickly, they have a left-handed defenseman in Molendick. They have a right winger in Joachim Kemmel.
Yeah.
Matthew Wood. So they have a couple of wingers. They have David Edstrom from Florinda. Zachary Lheureux. Igor Surin. Yeah. Interesting. Zvechkov. Interesting.
There's some interesting guys who maybe can do something there, but a lot of this...
No, their prospect pool is a little bit weak.
Yeah, so
They could use everything.
Yeah, and I'm looking at their current lineup on the defensive side, and you got Yossi and Barron and Brady Shea. It kind of ends there.
I don't even know.
It kind of ends there.
I don't even know if Barron should be on that list.
Right.
You know, like
Right.
Blackenberg and Barron. These are guys that I own in Lama that will never see the light of day on my team.
Yeah. I think I'm going to follow suit here with you, and I'm going to say they're going for a defenseman here at this,
I think they
this
could
21st pick.
Yeah.
I think they need to start bringing in some guys.
They have a couple of wingers already in their prospect pool. I think defense is very, very important here for them. Yes, Lakovic could be in play. Yes, Cullen Potter could be in play. Right? These
Lakovic possibly.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Yeah. But I really see a defenseman here. Pick is in, so we're going to find out momentarily what the Nashville Predators have traded up to do. And they traded away a second rounder in order to move up a couple of spots here. So, and we were right that they went for a defenseman.
Yep.
And they went and they grabbed a Cameron Reed.
Yeah.
That's amazing. And guess who announces it? George Kittle from the San Fran 49ers. Oh man, if Junior was here, he would be absolutely in love with this person that they chose to select this. Yeah. Big Nashville fan. He has a signed autographed jersey from Forsberg in the background there. I didn't realize that he's that much of a ginger. That beard is
really, eh?
That beard
I
is
didn't
epic,
realize
right?
either.
Could be the lighting. Who knows?
It's got
Cameron
a
Reed is the
Viking
selection.
look going a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit of a Viking look there. So Cameron Reed, great pick here for Nashville.
Yeah, great pick.
I really like it. It just makes a lot of sense. Reed is somebody that hockey prospecting has as a... Nope, that's the wrong Reed.
Brandon Reed.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Cameron Reed.
But Cameron Reed is the pick here. And 26% chance of being a star, 69% chance of being an NHLer. He is a 6', 183-pound defenseman from Ontario. He played in Kitchener of the OHL. According to Elite Prospects, Cameron Reed was the 19th best player, and they got him at pick 21. A little bit of value there, if you don't mind me saying. He is a play-driving defender with all-around skills, flashes high-end offense, but he will have to tap into his offense consistently to fill a top-end role. So there's a possibility here that this guy is maybe a top 4 defender.
Yep. Yeah, I think so.
Secondary offense on a team.
Yeah.
For a team lacking defensive prospects, I think this is a great pick.
Yeah, very athletic guy. Very athletic guy. I'm reading here a little bit of a little blurb here that Wheeler put together. And Wheeler seems to think it reminds him a lot of Denton Mankiewicz.
Really? Wow. Yeah. That's some... Well, I mean, for people that know prospects, I feel like that's pretty high praise.
Yeah. I think you're getting a very well-rounded defenseman over here.
Yeah. Yeah. 6 foot. Would you say that's a little bit undersized for a defenseman nowadays?
Maybe a hair undersized. I don't think I'm too worried about it because he's sitting at 185 pounds now. Probably looking at him getting closer to 200, 195, 200.
Yep.
So...
Yeah. His dad is crying over there. So
yeah, a little bit of physicality, all around defenseman. Probably going to eat up a lot of minutes. Yeah. Play PK, play power play. This is good for Nashville because we just looked at their lineup.
Yeah,
right? It's bare.
Oh my God, that defense looks bad.
So they got to get guys in there who they could probably put in and just trust in all situations.
Well, Barry Trotz has to be active in free agency if he wants his team to compete this year.
Oh yeah, that's a certainty.
They made a lot of free agents moves last year, and it kind of didn't gel.
No, not at all.
And
everyone kind of felt like going into the season after they did those like three big moves. Everyone kind of felt like, oh, this is crazy. They're instantly a cup contender.
Right. But
so much for that, eh?
So much for that. But it just goes to show that it's very difficult for you to go ahead and build a team from
Overnight.
free agency overnight.
Yeah.
I thought it was great that they got Stamkos,
Yeah, I thought so too.
but putting him as your number one center right off the bat,
Yeah. But maybe that's it. Maybe bringing 3, top 6 guys to come in overnight
it's a big ask.
and gel. And then you're asking Stamkos to play center after he just played wing in Tampa Bay for the
several
last
years.
2-3 years. You're asking him to go back to play at that high level, or maybe he can't like he used to.
That's right.
So, yeah, it's a tall order task, certainly, and it didn't work out. I mean, it didn't work out.
No, it absolutely didn't. But coming back to this prospect, I think this is going to be great to fill out their defensive core in the future. Do you expect a bounce back from Nashville this year? Like the second year that they're
I think they're
together?
certainly going to do better.
It can't do much worse.
I mean, they picked 5th overall.
Yeah.
So I think they're certainly going to do better. I don't know if I'm comfortable or willing to say playoffs is a guarantee at this point. But
That defensive
they're going to
core-
improve. Yeah, the defense, it's going to be tough. Look, when you're relying on Barrett Hayden, Justin Barron to play on the first line, and you got Brady Shea on the second line, and Brady Shea looked really good in Carolina.
Yes.
He's not looking as good in Nashville.
That's right.
Perhaps it's his partner. Perhaps it's the ice time. I'm not really sure, but
So I'm looking at defensemen that might be available. There's Brent Burns, Dmitry Orlov, Aaron Ekblad, Edouard Vlasic. I don't think he's
didn't
there
he just
anymore.
resign?
No, he just got bought out.
Oh, it was bought out.
Yeah, he was
Sorry.
bought out.
Okay.
So he's a free agent now. Even Provorov, Jeff Petrie. Like
Provorov might not be a bad one
Provorov
for
might
them.
work, but he's a lefty. So
Yeah, forget about that.
like for me, it's really if they could land an Ekblad,
Yes.
I think
Yeah.
that really improves their chances. Like
Yeah.
put Ekblad and Yossi on the same pairing. That's really good.
Yeah, Ekblad's a good one.
What did I tell you? So Pittsburgh is on the board here, and Letang is coming out to announce the pick again. And look at that hair. That hair is very, very good. All right, Bill Zonin here.
Yeah.
So this is a player that should have gone, I think, around this range. I remember his name coming up a few times.
Yeah, this is about where for Elite Prospects had him at 28 here.
So Elite Prospects had him at 28. Pittsburgh grabs him at 22. He's a 6'2", 187 pound from Montreal, Quebec, of the QMJHL, Ruin Rwanda. He looks like a physical specimen. This guy is 6'2", 185 pounds. We said that already. A playoff ready forward with special checking skills, intelligence, relentless pace, and playmaking. Shades of Ryan O'Reilly, but on the wing. So he is a fearless player that has vision. This is a nice little get here.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think we're looking at a middle six over here. I think depending on the direction that the Pittsburgh Penguins go, there might be an opportunity for him to play a lot of second line time.
Right.
Early on, maybe as the team gets better, he's more on the third line, I feel like. And then like you just spoke about, I think once the playoffs roll around for them in the future, that's when they really unlock his potential.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. He is one of those players that will be a menace to play against, and he has enough skill to be a middle sixer. So he's going to be a fun player to watch. He was 27th in power play assists in the QMJHL. 27 power play assists. That made him 4th in the QMJHL last year. That's a pretty cool...
That's actually really good.
That's a pretty cool stat to have. And I just wanted to look at his player
Look
prospect.
at that. He had 16 points in 13 playoff games.
Yeah. So really, the playoffs really vaulted him into the first round.
Right.
Is how I had read his projection.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. He had a really good turnout this playoffs, and I think that kind of pushed him up there.
15% chance of being a star, according to Hockey Prospecting. 45% chance of being an NHLer.
Yep.
So I
makes
think
sense.
It
makes sense. We're
around
not
this
we're
range.
not looking at. I don't think we're looking at anyone over here where we're expecting top line minutes over here, a top line player. So that makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he went in a pretty good range. And if you're really, really squinting, you could say, okay, I could see why you're not taking a defenseman here and you're taking this middle six player winger instead. But I kind of like it in the sense that it's hard to find a middle six player that will be a good producer in the playoffs consistently.
Yeah, it is very difficult.
It's not always the easiest way of building a team because in the first round, you don't want to draft third rounders.
No.
Third liners.
Yeah.
You don't want to draft third liners necessarily in the
or
first round.
you don't want to, how would I say that? You don't want to kind of willingly do it. You know what I mean? Like maybe you're kind of, if you're picking late in the first round and you grab a guy and he's a great third liner, maybe scratching the surface of a second liner, but absolutely kills it in the playoffs, and maybe you're happy. But you're not. I feel like you're not going into the draft really digging for these kind of guys.
That's right. I mean, if you take a look and you say to yourself, well, how important is a third line player in the playoffs? Everybody's important in the playoffs. Yeah. Your first four.
I'll tell you one thing: when you get to the playoffs, that's who you're crying for.
Exactly.
You're asking yourself, like, I gotta find this guy.
You need
trade deadline. You're like, I need to find one of these guys, bring him in.
Yeah, and instead of
so the whole league is scrambling to find a guy like that,
and then you overpay.
But it seems like when you're at the draft, you're not really willing to invest in that, and I think they invested it in that in here with this pick.
I agree. It's not. It's. Maybe not the way that you think of first rounders, but again, this is the second first round pick for Pittsburgh. Right. So,
is this another pick that we're now going to coin the Bennett effect?
The Bennett effect. This is exactly.
You think that's what this is?
Look, they went with Benjamin Kindle, who was a bit of a surprise at number 11, right? So, if you're turning around and going Zenon here, I just hope some of these pan out for Kyle Dubas. I don't know. We'll see. Ottawa is finally picking. They had traded away their first rounder to move down 2 spots. They are now picking with a 23rd pick of this NHL draft. The picks are going a little bit faster now. It's 10:20 p.m. on Friday night.
We're doing all right, no? For a couple old men?
I'm doing great. I'm doing
great.
I'm into this. I think it's what's funny is that last year there was a lot of good players. This year there's a lot of these middle of the lineup players going, but it just makes the draft even more interesting because anybody could go at any point in time.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So if you're like us out there, and you're pouring in weeks of reading about what these scouts are saying and kind of putting lists together, mock drafts together, rankings together. Yeah. This is the kind of draft that's just throwing all that out the window, right?
It's great. It's absolutely great. It just makes you realize that the more you think you know, the less you actually know.
Yeah.
Ottawa Senators are picking. Gary Bettman has come up to the podium. So they had said that Ottawa has a special guest. Remember?
Okay, let's see who it is.
So I'm very curious.
Tom Green.
Tom Green
No
is the special guest that they had selected. Good for you, Ottawa.
This guy's still kicking, eh?
This guy needs a haircut. I don't know. Good for him. Boy. Good for him. It's always fun to see some of these comedians. I really like what they're doing.
This is fun. It's
fun.
Yeah.
As much as you're expecting Logan Hensler goes.
There we go.
Good for them. This is a guy that probably could have gone in the earlier pick, but they managed to add a pick here and still get a really, really good defenseman.
So and they traded down, right?
They traded down
to this one.
a couple of
So
spots just to
if
get
they
this.
had him on their list and they traded down, and still walked away with them. Well, that's pretty good.
They got a second rounder,
Yeah.
right? If I'm not mistaken, or was it a third rounder? No.
66 pick.
66 pick.
Second
So
round. No,
beginning of the third. Beginning of the third round.
That's right.
Yeah. So they got a third rounder out of it. Why not? And you still got your guy, I think. I don't.
That's what it smells like to me.
Yeah.
It smells like they potentially saw, they got their guy, maybe saw that, he wouldn't get picked for a couple of spots. Maybe Nashville even called saying that I really want to pick next.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
That's right. That's right. So let's take a look at what his hockey prospecting says here. So Logan Hansler, by the way, Logan Hansler was one of the guys projected to the Habs at number 17.
Yes.
There was a lot of talk about that.
A lot of talk, yeah.
He's a 6'2", 196-pound defenseman.
Big boy.
Gold medalist at the World Championship for the USA. He comes from Wisconsin of the NCAA. 8% chance of being a star, 47% chance of being an NHLer. But I think what's more important here is, like, at this point, you're picking a defensive defenseman, and you're happy with this pick because he could still play in your top four as a defensive defenseman. I don't think that he's really the type of guy that puts up a lot of points. He's number 17 on Elite Prospects list. And he has a toolsy play killer who steadily improved throughout the season, an easy projection to the NHL, and there's still some more offense to give. So, again, shades of Noah Hannafin. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. But he kills plays. He's known to be a defenseman. So
plays a lot of minutes.
Played,
in Wisconsin, he played on the top four. He played more than 18 minutes a night. I'm reading over here. So a lot of minutes for this guy.
He's a right-handed defenseman as well. ESPN has him at 6'3". Elite Prospects has him at 6.2 and a quarter. Whatever. Either way, he's a pretty decent sized.
Yeah, it's gonna be good for them. What do you think about his fantasy value here, or if there's any value? Like, we spoke about defensemen earlier in the night, right? Like, if you take Lama for example, where you're required to skate 6 defensemen, and we're 11 team league. That's 66 defensemen that need to be starting every night.
That's right.
So, do you think someone like this kind of finds his way maybe on a fantasy team, maybe in a deeper league?
You're
not getting a lot of. I don't think you're getting a lot of offense out of him. But I think they're getting a guy. Ottawa's getting a guy, and who might play in a lot of situations. Now it's going to be tough in Ottawa. Obviously, their defensive core over there is quite stellar, if you ask me.
Absolutely.
So it'd be very difficult for him to, topple any one of those guys. But do you think there might be any kind of fantasy value here?
Well, if I'm taking a look at his offensive output, if your fantasy league's rules are strictly on points, I don't see much.
Yeah, I agree.
If your fantasy league has some bash in it, some hits, some blocks, and minute crunching defensemen are the type of defensemen that would get you those hits and blocks, then yes. I'm just not sure that for fantasy relevancy that we're really seeing somebody.
So points league is probably a no-go.
Points league only is probably a no-go here. I do think that Sanderson is the clear-cut number one defenseman on Ottawa. He is not only minute crunching, but he's also I think he's highly offensive. I think he's one of the best.
Yeah, I agree.
Defensemen that there are.
Yeah.
So
I agree. And then Shabbat
gives good secondary.
Is you're talking about big minutes. You're talking about defensive responsibilities. So, yeah, like we said, their defense is stellar, and I don't know how this guy breaks through exactly. And when he does, if he does, what that impact is on fantasy.
They just signed Lassie Thompson, who was one of their picks a couple of seasons ago now. They have Tyler Clevin, who's a defensive defenseman as well, that they drafted. So this kind of fits their mold of who they're drafting, right? They want those.
Don't get me wrong. I think I like the player. I like the player, and I think he's got a place on this team.
Yeah.
I was just I guess I was nitpicking the fantasy aspect of it.
But you're absolutely right to do so, especially on a fantasy podcast.
Right.
But that's why it comes down to Sanderson for this team and Thomas Chabot. And I wanted to segue that the Kings are on the clock. We're going to get to the Kings momentarily here, but I wanted to segue that because we had a very interesting discussion about salary cap leagues and how a Thomas Chabot is being seen as an $8 million defenseman who has some injury troubles.
Yeah.
And his value as a defenseman that puts up maybe 40 points?
45?
40 to 45 points at $8 million. And what does that create value for you? Is that something that makes sense at that price tag?
So, actually, I got a lot of thought on that because we spoke about this sort of thing in length, right? I think it does have fantasy value. I think the landscape of defensemen today, look, you're not getting any kind of decent defenseman. Oh, we got a trade alert. Let's pause that. We'll talk a little bit about this.
We're going to come back to that.
We have a trade to announce.
And Pittsburgh comes back in again to the first round. Wow. So Kyle Dubas is really jumping around here, trying to get as many first-round picks as humanly possible. And, with the way that he's drafting, I think he should have had just a bunch of second-round picks.
Right. So the Kings trade the 24th overall pick to the Pittsburgh Penguins in exchange for the 31st and the 59th. So they're still picking in the first round.
But they're dropping 7 spots.
Yeah.
And the 59th, that would be a late second rounder.
Correct.
Yeah. All right, Kyle Dubas. Your glasses are off. It looks like you're down to business here. You seem to be muting the TV.
What is that screen over there? What are we looking at? Are they playing a commercial?
I think they're playing a commercial, yeah. They might be a little bit ahead of us.
At the draft table.
Knowing them, anyways, no, I'm kidding. Daniel Pata is very excited. This is 3 first-round picks for this team. Very exciting. Pittsburgh.
Look, we'll see what they go with over here, but they got some. Like, I don't think they got anyone that's going to blow you off your chair, but they got some guys. Hopefully, that I think they're really hoping that are going to be these character guys. Are going to be these playoff grindy, smash mouth sort of,
So
tough guys to play against. I think that's what they're hoping for.
Like Pickering hasn't really progressed, right, from the 2022 draft. He doesn't seem, I don't know. Blomqvist is
Yeah.
Poulin is
No.
Legare is not showing much.
No.
Puistinen is
forget about
is
all
maybe
of
the
this.
closest thing.
I'd say
like
forget
he was a
about all of
rounder,
this.
So, but none of these guys in their prospect pools are really shouting NHL ready.
Yeah.
And these are from a few years ago.
Right. Since 2019.
So now you went out and you got Kindle at number 11. You went out and you got Zonin at number 20.
20? I think 20.
20 on the dot.
Yeah. 22. Sorry. 22.
So both of these guys, Kindle and Zonin, are a few years away.
Yeah.
Is Pittsburgh trying the hardest they possibly can to be the number 1 team selecting next year? It's hard to do with Crosby on your roster.
It's going to be very difficult to do with Crosby. They need to figure out what to do with what's his face, the defenseman? Carlson. They got to figure out what to do with Carlson. I think it's quite clear already what they're doing with Malkin.
I think Malkin is running out his contract.
Yeah, I think they said that they have no intention of bringing him back.
That's right.
So figure out what to do with Carlson. It looks like Letang and it looks like Crosby are going to play it out.
Yep.
And it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for them to finish in the top 3.
They've already spoken about the fact that Brian Russ is on the trade block, or is maybe
Brian Russ. That's right.
If not now, maybe at the trade deadline.
Correct. So I think they're going to try to be bad. I mean,
can I say something off the top
ahead.
here? I just want to say something off the top. So this kid has made all the picks so far.
Yes, he has. Is this Letang's son?
I think so. The hair looks the same.
He looks the same as Letang.
He looks like a mini version of Letang here. Yeah. If it's not Ravensburger, I'm going to be very upset.
Ooh, interesting.
Because I think
I wasn't thinking about that.
Well, they have a couple of goalies in their prospect pool, so they might not need
Horkoff.
it. Will Horkoff. Okay.
Will Horkoff.
Will Horkoff. Let's just not bash the pick because I really hope this scouting department is.
So they moved up to get this, right?
They moved up to get this. They moved up to get this. According to Hockey Prospecting, only a 5% chance of being a star, 23% chance of being an NHLer. He's a 6'4" or 6'5" according to ESPN, give or take. 181-pound center. Here in ESPN, they said 203 pounds. So that's a big boy.
Yeah.
That's a big boy. Again, I'm kind of not dumbfounded, but you moved up to get this guy. I'm really hoping that it's worth it because this is a center from the University of Michigan NCAA, and he's the 57th ranked prospect according to Elite Prospects. A rare mid-season jump from the NTDP to the NCAA proved to be the right call for his towering pass-first forward with defensive upside. Skating is the big question mark here. Shades of Mason Marchment. Might project to be another third liner here.
That's what I'm thinking too.
But he's a big boy.
Yeah, the size is.
You can't teach size.
Look, no, you cannot teach size. And it's also going to take. It's going to take some time.
I agree.
Oh, did I touch something?
No,
over
you
here?
didn't.
Okay,
You're perfectly fine.
So it's going to take some time when you're a big boy like this, you know.
Yeah.
And then, if you're also not oozing with talent, right? I'm wondering how much more time does that add to the clock? So if I'm just hypothetical assuming here, if it requires a little extra time because you're a big guy and you kind of need to, fill in a little bit and get into the league and understanding how it works and whatnot, and then you're not kind of oozing with talent either offensively, does that sort of add to that time before you're ready?
Yeah.
And what are we looking at? All this for another third line center?
Yeah.
This is a tough one. I don't know if I could get behind this one because, I'm looking at what's available out there. And like you said, goalie available.
And they might think that goalie is good with
Lakovic available.
Lakovic, yeah. And he's another big boy too. Malcolm Spence around
and
this
who
area.
And I was thinking about this on the last Pittsburgh pick, but you know who I thought kind of fits the what Kyle Dubas is looking for, and I thought would have been picked by Pittsburgh at some point is Sasha Boudeming.
Yeah, defenseman.
Yeah. So he's available. I'm not sure why not take a chance on that.
Look, you can't pick, you can't draft, you can't teach size. So they went with a smaller center in Kindle earlier, who had a little bit more upside. They went with a bigger center here in Horkoff. It's not the main names that you would expect in the first round. I'll just leave it at that, right?
ESPN over here, they have an NHL comp of Lawson Krause.
That's, yeah.
I don't know if...
this Elite Prospects had Mason Marchment. So, again, we're talking about third line possibilities. Again, you need third liners.
If you're a Pens fan, are you excited here? Are you excited of what they just picked in the last, in the 22 and the 24 pick?
I think you have to give it time. I think you have to give it a few times. Right now, it's hard to be excited, right?
Yeah.
Because
it's difficult.
All of these sites that we're looking at here, all the sites that we pay for in order to get you some feedback, they're not exactly high on these players that are being picked, or at least they've projected them as second rounders.
Right, and we've also been made aware that this is kind of where the draft starts to, maybe drop off a little bit.
That's right.
So we know what we're getting. We know that most of these guys, whether they're picked or not picked, are kind of all at about the same level, give or take. But they're making moves. They're doing trades. They're making trades
to move up.
to go and grab these sort of players. And I'm just not seeing it.
So in our mock draft at number 16 pick, I had gone and chosen for the Montreal Canadiens Lakovic.
Right.
I'm surprised that he's still available.
Yeah, I am.
And
I am
according
too.
to ESPN's Megan's Best Available, he's the number one
Is he
player
the number
right
one?
now.
Yeah, he ought to be the number one.
And then the other guy that you mentioned, Boumedienne, he's also up there as somebody that's available. So is Reshny or Maybakin? Reshny or anyways?
Rybakin.
Yeah, the one that had the character issues. Because now I feel
out
bad.
of Russia, yeah.
I feel bad if we badmouthed Reshny for no reason.
No. I think it applied for him as well.
Okay, perfect.
Rybakin is another one.
Yeah?
One of those cases.
Okay.
I don't know if you remember, but Rybakin about maybe 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, was like early, long projection to be like a top 5 guy in this draft.
That's right.
And he's fallen like crazy.
Yeah. All right, let's update the tracker here with the recent pick from Pittsburgh. That was number 24. These picks are going... I still have energy. I'm good.
Yeah, we're good.
I'm good this draft.
So who's picking next? Chicago? Another one of those teams with multiple picks, eh?
That's right.
Draft. That's another interesting thing. How many drafts do we normally come across where you have a handful of teams? I'm not sure if it's for sure 3, maybe 4 teams who have multiple picks in the first.
Yes.
At least coming into tonight.
That's right. Nashville.
Nashville Islanders.
Chicago.
Philly.
Pittsburgh. Yeah.
So we're 5 already.
We're starting to hit the playoff teams a little bit.
Yep.
You know, like I know that Washington and Carolina is coming up soon.
Columbus. That's a 6th team. So six teams.
Had multiple first rounders. Well, pick is in for Chicago at number 25. So Chicago went early with Lundell. No, the guy that compares to Lundell. I knew I was going to make that mistake today. Frundell.
You got it close, though.
I got it close. But it was because Victor Nuno had compared him to Lundell.
Right.
So this pick is being selected by Chicago. And let's take a look. Gary Bettman is on the stage now speaking to this pick.
Who's that? Who are they honoring here?
I'm not sure. But he's there in person, so.
All right.
And people seem to enjoy
So we
it.
missed it during our little break. But they had, for the Columbus pick, they had Meredith Goudreau come out to...
No.
Yeah, she got a standing ovation.
Wow. Yeah. What a tragedy.
Yeah, absolutely.
What an absolute tragedy.
Absolutely.
You know, it's not that he was a good hockey player, like just as a human being, having a young family.
Yeah, you know,
it's
when you're watching hockey, a lot of this stuff doesn't come out, right?
Yeah.
A lot of this stuff, either it takes a really long time to come out when the player is being inducted into a Hall of Fame. You know, there's a bunch of stories, or an unfortunate passing.
Yeah.
But it's crazy to see what these people are.
Well, Vaclav Nestrasil has been chosen, an 6'6" right winger from Czechia.
Yeah, it's another big boy.
Another big boy, 187 pounds.
There's maybe a trend here, I think.
I think size still matters in the NHL.
Are we doing a full circle? Did the Boston Bruins
Yes.
in 2011 win the Stanley Cup with size and beat people around?
Yes.
Then the game went fast. Everyone had speed and skill.
That's right.
And now we're kind of full circling back again.
The copycat league.
Interesting, eh? Interesting stuff.
According to Elite Prospects, he's the number 26 ranked prospect. Chicago gets him here at 25. A hard-working winger with creativity, handling, flashes of high-end thinking, and an increasingly violent side.
Okay.
Long-term prospect, but one with unique potential.
Yeah, so EP had him ranked at 26, which is the best that I see here in some of the comparisons. Pronman had him at 46, Wheeler at 53, McKenzie at 39, and McKean's at 41. So he looked like, for most scouts, would be a day 2 guy. And here he goes at 25. Kind of right there where Elite Prospects had him, 26.
Yeah, and maybe they use the same type of scouting, as Elite Prospects. But Chicago with this pick, and you know what? I really like the pick as well because I had spoken to Porter Martone, possibly being the number 3 pick, because I wanted that size on the wing.
Yeah, they got that size here now.
They got that size here now. And the greatest part about Czech-born players is the fact that they usually play a good two-way game. So I'm very very curious to see. Hockey Prospecting only has him as a 3% chance of being a star, 18% chance of being an NHLer, and we already did the Elite Prospects, so that's good. I'm just going to put him into the tracker here.
So I mean, from what I'm reading on him is he's been rising in the draft all throughout the year. I'm not sure exactly where he started, but I think a lot of his stock has gone up. So that probably that's probably indicative of why he went to 25 here.
Yeah. Nestrasil, right?
Nestrasil, yeah.
Perfect.
Spelled like that.
Just making sure I get the spelling right for our ticker here. I hope you guys are enjoying the ticker. I find it's a lot of fun to have the draft picks going through on the bottom of the screen here.
I've been catching it on the screen there every now and again. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. And so up next, so kind of Nashville is up again.
So is this is their third pick?
This is their third time.
This is going to be interesting. So now, let's see what's available. Oh, well, the selection's in, so we don't have much time to think about this. But what do you think they're going here?
Well, the last time they picked a defenseman.
I feel it's got to be Ivan Koven, right?
Really?
I think so. It's got to be.
Ivankovic?
Ivankovic. Yeah, sorry, I just blew that name.
That's okay.
Okay.
Producer Vince gets them all wrong.
I think I said Ivan Koven.
Ivan Koven.
Yeah. So.
Wow, they have another person doing it this time. Songwriter. Love it.
Yeah, so Ivankovic. I think this is it.
No, not Ravensburger?
No, it's definitely not it.
Riker Lee.
Yeah.
Riker Lee. So let's take a look at Riker Lee here. I think that I actually remember his name. I'm not sure if I had put it down here. I'm going to just check Riker Lee. Here we go. According to Hockey Prospecting, he's a 15% chance of being a star, 45% chance of being an NHLer. According to Elite Prospects, Riker Lee is the 34th player on their prospect ranking, a tremendously skilled winger, 5'11" and a half, 181 pounds, who slices open defenses with game-breaking puck handling and punishes them with playmaking and heavy one-timer. Everything hinges, though, on his skating. So this guy pretty much dropped because of his skating, it looks like.
It seems to me, yeah, because everywhere I'm looking, they're talking about how much he's oozing with skill.
Yeah.
Like a lot of skill.
Highly skilled player.
Very highly skilled player.
Playing on the right wing. A taller Bobby Brink is the comparison for Elite Prospects.
There you go.
Bobby Brink's an NHLer.
Yeah. Yes, he is. I'm looking over here. He has a nickname, The Wizard.
Really?
Yeah.
I like it.
So maybe his offensive. Look, they're saying Lee's an extremely talented offensive winger. Like maybe his offensive ability is his wizardry.
Yeah.
Perhaps.
This is it's a good pick, even though he's projected.
Yeah, like I think that's kind of where we're at now in the draft. Like I think you can take. We spoke about this, right? Like when we were talking about the Pittsburgh Penguins, maybe you kind of should go for these guys with high offensive talent. You kind of taking a swing for a home run here.
Yep.
So, and I think this pick here qualifies for that.
We had projected McQueen to Pittsburgh, and they went with Kindle, but
So McQueen fits exactly
he fits that mold, right?
I think this pick over here fits that right now.
Yeah. Nashville going with the winger that is high playmaking, a taller Bobby Brink, according to Elite Prospects. Very happy with Nashville's draft so far. Is there any team so far that has surprised you as a benefit? Like they've been doing a really good draft. Has anybody surprised you?
I like Nashville. I like this pick.
Yeah, I like this pick as well. I think it's hard to say.
I like this pick.
Anything negative about it?
Where it's at 26. I really, really like the Brady Martin pick.
Yeah, number 5 overall.
Yeah. So I think they're doing pretty well. I think they're going to get high scores for the draft. Did they have a third one? Yes, they did. Cameron Reed again. Forgot about that one.
That's another good pick.
He fell quite a bit.
Some good value there.
You walk away with a Brady Martin. You got a Cameron Reed at 21, and now we just got Riker Lee, who has what seems like a lot of offensive talent. If they can unlock that,
yeah.
I think Nashville's doing really well.
I think Nashville's having a very good draft.
Yeah.
Obviously, like it's a little bit. If you read some of these prospect writers after the draft, they usually do a comparison and they say that, well, our list had this guy this high, so according to our list, they were a good pick or a bad pick. And you usually see like the number 1 overall pick is always like an A.
Yeah.
Like if you're doing grades and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
So Nashville didn't have the number 1 overall pick, but they still came away with 3 good players.
Yeah, I think they did. Like with what they had, right? They had a 5th, a 21st, and a 26th.
I think Columbus would have had.
They did really well.
I think Columbus would have had a pretty good draft as well until they picked Piotr Andrianov, which was a little bit of.
I don't like it.
A reach.
I'm just going to say it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think they could have gotten him in day 2.
I love the St. Louis pick of Carbonneau at 19.
Yes.
I think that was great value at 19. The Islanders. The Islanders had a great draft.
There's another one there we're talking about who's having a great draft. I mean, it's hard not to have a good draft when you have a 1st overall and a 16 and 17.
But that's a no-brainer.
But that's right.
Right.
That's right. And it's also, I feel like the 16 and 17 could be easy to mess up. And I think they got it right here. I think they grabbed the guys who fell. They got really, really good value out of them.
Yep.
And I think they walked away with 3 studs.
Absolutely. Detroit Carter Bear was a nice pick as well. But who would you consider a fail so far? I mean, it's not over yet. There's still about 5 picks left.
I'm not going to say a fail. I'm not going to call it a fail because I mean,
well, we don't know.
We're here.
We don't know.
We're still at the draft. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So, but I'm going to say. A lot of speculation, a lot of confusion, sort of not really understanding what the Pittsburgh Penguins are doing here.
I agree. I think, and we did speak about it during the whole draft, but I agree completely. I mean, I don't know. Sometimes I really feel like Kyle Dubas tries to galaxy brain things, and maybe he ends up being right in the end. I cannot say for sure. I do not have a crystal ball. But so far, it's just confusing. Yeah. It's very confusing.
So we got Washington. Washington, the pick is in, and they went with
They always do this. They always do this.
It seems like
every year.
It seems like they do.
Every year.
It seems like the Washington Capitals find a way to walk away with
a potentially top 15
like the
player.
Cinderella of the draft. You know what I mean?
Unbelievable. And they have such a good nucleus of young players coming up. Yeah. Cole Hudson, Ryan Leonard. Yeah. There was Miroshnichenko. There's a little bit of question marks on his side, but who was he? Cristal.
Yeah, Andrew Cristal.
Like so many good players. According to Hockey Prospecting, Lyndon Lakovic is a 6'4", 200-pound left winger from Moose Jaw of the WHL. He was born in Kelowna. 24% star probability. It's pretty good for this late in the first round. 53% chance of being an NHLer. According to the draft guide, Lakovic, for elite prospects, I should say, was the 14th overall talent in this draft, and a fluid mover with dual threat scoring, masterful control of the game, and a few prospects evolve as much as he has. Physicality is the next step. Shades of Quinton Byfield, Dylan Cozen. So again, you're talking about these taller guys, bigger guys that don't have a lot of physicality, but they have a lot of skill.
Guy, maybe not a lot of physicality, but big. Big. So they gotta fill it in. They got to find a way to get it right. He missed a few games, I believe, this year, right? Maybe that's why we're seeing him at 27.
Yeah.
Because I recall, perhaps a month ago, he was on a lot of lists around the area where the Montreal Canadiens were picking.
Yes.
Around the 17 mark.
Yes. What's really good about this player as well is that if you're a player and you're sad that you haven't been picked in the first 15 picks, how happy are you that you're going to the Washington Capitals?
Oh, man. Are you kidding me?
Right?
Yeah.
You're going to an organization.
They just won the President's Trophy. Okay. Sure.
Well, not this year.
Wasn't it this past year? Didn't they finish first?
Winnipeg
did. They finished first in the East.
Who's next on the clock?
They finished first in the East.
They finished first in the East, yes.
So they finished first in the East. I mean, they had a bit of a failure there in the playoffs. But like we just spoke about, so many young pieces there, so much great talent. A lot of their players are they're hitting.
Yeah.
Protests.
There you
seemingly out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So a lot of young guys doing really, really good work.
And he fits that protest size.
Yeah.
A little bit smaller than protest, but many people are.
Yeah.
So one great thing about Winnipeg coming up, because Winnipeg's on the clock here. So they kind of have Hellebuck, and I don't know if they have that much in the pipeline behind that.
In terms of goalie
prospects.
Goalie prospects. No, I don't think. Are you alluding that a goalie's going to go here? Is that kind of where
I really hope a goalie goes here. I don't know why. Don't ask me for a reasoning.
Just
a gut feeling.
Yeah, it's a good one because I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities. I think maybe if it's not a goalie, it's a defenseman.
Sure.
I think that they had a couple of prospect defensemen not really hit over the last few years.
The hard part with Winnipeg seems to be keeping players.
Yeah.
But they have like a Cole Perfetti. They have Brad Lambert coming up. They just signed Jonathan Taves, which is a nice get for them.
Yeah.
A heavy bonus-laden contract. It slots Namestnikov a little bit lower, which is great because I think he was playing out of position. They have Josh Morrissey still on a great contract.
Yeah, great contract.
Coming up is, Logan Stanley's already in the NHL, but he was one of their young defensemen. And Hellebuck is really the key to that team. And we've said it many, many, many times before. So
it's possible they go goalie here.
I like Ravensburger, but
my prediction here is going to be a defenseman. Okay. I think it might be Fiddler.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think it might be Fiddler. Let's see what happens. Pick is in.
All right. Let's see. So while we wait for Gary to announce his stuff here, I'm just looking at the prospect pool.
Who do they have here?
Oh, a famous Winnipegian. Oh, Braden Yager is coming up. He was the trade from McGordy.
That's right.
Eric Comrie. Eric Comrie is making the pick. Right? Yeah. Colby Barlow, winger, potentially scoring winger. He's in their prospect pool. Chaz Lucius.
He's kind of fallen off a little bit.
Hinola has fallen off.
Yeah, Hinola's way fallen off. And that's why I think they're going defenseman here.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right. Boumedienne.
Boumedienne.
Sasha Boumedienne. And good luck me putting this into the into our little thing here. But I will because, I'm a professional. This was, I actually missed pick 27, so I'm going to have to catch up here a little bit. So, 6'2", 184-pound defenseman from Finland. Boumedienne is a left-handed D. Can you talk to me a little bit about him while I'm catching up here on these draft picks?
Yeah. So another one of those guys that I think rised up in the draft. I think as high as maybe people were talking to him about the 20 mark. And then it looks like tonight he maybe fell a little bit more than expected. But yeah, I mean, you get a guy who's playing, he's playing the USHL right now, and he's done pretty well. He's made the all rookie team. So I think he had a really, really good first year. It looks like a lot of the conversation around him is his decision making. Mm-hmm. I'm getting the vibe just reading about him that he's a smart guy. So I'm not really sure where his offensive capabilities are. But it looks like he's got the IQ covered, makes smart decisions. And that's good because if you can find the game, if you can find the scoring game, then having those smarts, putting it all together is going to be a good thing, especially for the Jets, who,
I agree.
Like we spoke about, are very thin on defense. I think they need a guy to come in there and kind of freshen things up a little bit.
I agree. And there is a lot of their, Sasha Boumedienne is ranked 37th in elite prospects, an incisive breakout passer who grew in confidence and details throughout the season, now looks capable of filling a two-way role in the NHL. His physicality, passing, and skating come off the charts here a little bit. So that's what it looks like it's going to be. 6'1", 175, 6'2" according to ESPN. He's a good, maybe middle of the pairing defenseman.
Yeah, probably. Would you say number 4 aspirations? Probably 5'6".
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, he has shades of Cam Fowler if you're looking for a comparison, according to Elite Prospects. So yeah, perfect. I mean that's actually what I think might be a really good comp for him. Yeah,
just a really smart guy, who's smart hockey, is not going to put your team in a bad spot. Play a lot of minutes, maybe some PK, maybe some power play.
Yeah,
maybe his offense isn't going to explode off the charts, which is fine.
It's fine. Yeah, I mean, look, if you could turn into like a number 4 defenseman.
Yeah.
I think that's the upside.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe like a Cam Fowler now, but maybe a Matheson type.
Yeah, you know what? That's not a bad comparison, because Matheson kind of came in the early days in Florida like that.
That's right.
Right? And then he had his opportunity in Montreal, kind of he exploded. So that could be something we see from him maybe. Just kind of comes in, plays a lot of different roles. And if if there's ever a day after Matheson, after Morrissey, if that day comes, maybe he gets his shot, similar to a Matheson type.
Right. Only 9% star probabilities according to Hockey Prospecting, 47% though chance of being an NHLer. So
yeah, I
mean you're seeing that not a star,
right? But a full-time NHLer. A full-time
NHLer is very
probably
possible.
A number 4 guy.
Yeah, here they have some comparisons to him as Dennis Weidman, Chris Phillips.
Chris Phillips. Chris Phillips was the first overall, or wasn't he?
No,
was he
first overall?
Wasn't he?
Oh my God! Now I have to look this up. This is the kind of content, ladies and gentlemen, that you tune into this podcast for.
Why is that living in my head? I feel like he is.
Chris Phillips.
Year 2000
draft year. So 1996 NHL Entry Draft, retired in 2016. So 20-year career, playing 1,179 games with Ottawa. Yeah, he was definitely he went first overall.
Yeah,
How do you remember this?
It's just living in somewhere in there.
Wow, this is why you are on this podcast and not those two bums that usually are here. I hope you guys are listening in Italy. I hope you're enjoying it.
So he's getting a first overall comp. Imagine that.
Jeez, that's not bad.
But that's kind of some of the reading I've done on him is sort of that. Like I just envisioned this guy who will be in the league a very long time.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he'll probably have some years where it looks like he's just this number 4 guy, second pairing, whatever, plays all the roles, and then maybe just has a breakout year every now and again. We kind of see that every now and again, right? Matheson had it a couple of years ago.
Yep.
Just a guy who just kind of out of nowhere drops 50 or 55 or 60, like kind of out of nowhere. And I think that could be that. That could be him.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pretty good pick at this stage of the draft, right? You're talking about pick number 28. 29 goes to the Carolina Hurricanes. So another good playoff team. A little bit of question marks regarding their playoff performances.
Yeah.
They beat Washington.
A lot left to be desired.
They got. It's hard to say that when you reach the third round. But
sure, but
you kind of didn't beat the hardest of the teams to get there,
that's
right?
That's right. And when you kind of look back at where they've been the last few years, that's your starting expectation for them at least, right?
Yeah.
So sure, they got to the third round, but as far as I'm concerned, they should have been there already every year.
Yeah.
For the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think if you're a Carolina fan, you're happy that they're getting to the playoffs every year in a weak division, and you're happy that they're passing the first round almost consistently, but you kind of expect a little bit more, right? And I'm curious if Colin Potter here is the actual pick for them, but we'll see. Carolina usually drafts really, really well, and they
usually do. I'm not sure where they're going here, though. I can't get a read off of it.
No, there's some good USHL players and TDP players that are available as well. They have the goaltenders are still there. Right back in is still there.
Let's just see who's.
So there's some good players.
Right back in, I feel like might be a day 2 guy.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. When you look at Carolina,
Malcolm Spence.
Oh yeah.
Perhaps
maybe a Schmid. No, but him too. He would be, they usually go for those players though that have some really good underlying metrics, and Schmid might be that player.
Maybe.
Carolina, the one thing that they really didn't do well on was the Jesperi Kotkaniemi.
Yeah.
That offer sheet to get back at the Habs just didn't work out.
If that's what it really was,
I really hope it wasn't.
If it was a revenge thing, then how bad is that to blow up in your face like that?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, Kotkaniemi just has not been that second line center they thought he would be.
Yeah.
And right now, he's not even looking like a third line center.
Right. And it's a shame because he's got the size. He's got he's got the physical attributes that you're kind of looking for someone at that position.
Yeah.
But it's just not getting it done.
And their biggest get in the offseason was Stankoven. At the deadline was Stankoven. And they got first-round picks as well. So that was all because of Rantanen. So Rantanen didn't want to stay there. I don't think Rantanen was a good fit there. I don't think he was a two-way player that they like to play a two-way system all around their lineup. But Taylor Hall fit really well in Carolina.
Yeah, he did well.
Seth Jarvis took a step forward this year.
Yeah.
Stankoven looks like the perfect forechecking player that Carolina likes. And they have a lot of talent coming up as well. So and they have Nikishin next year, who's starting with them.
Yes, that's going to be very interesting, eh?
It's going to be very interesting because
how
right now,
plugs in, what kind of time, what kind of minutes he gets.
The number one power play guy is Gostisbehere. Yeah. But Scott Morrow is starting to get his feet wet in the NHL. Correct. Nikishin is going to be a full-timer next year. They lost Orlov, so they're replacing a lot of these guys. They lost Burns. They're replacing these guys with some young.
Do you think they're going defenseman here?
They've graduated 2 defensemen from their prospect pool, so it's possible. It's very possible. Just going to take a look here, and it looks like...
I'm not really sure where they're going to go, but the pick looks like it's about to be dropped. And I'm just going to take a swing here and say Malcolm Spence.
Never mind.
Trade alert.
We have a trade to announce.
Chicago comes back in to the first round.
Who do you think they're targeting?
For Carolina, and takes over the Carolina pick here. Wow. So Fiddler's still on the clock. Right?
Yes. Fiddler's still out there.
Fiddler might be good. They've recently had the defensive prospects like Comesso. They've drafted some goalies in the recent past. So I don't know if goalie's the way they go here. They have some really good defensemen coming up as well.
Yeah.
So this is gonna be interesting.
Well, if they need a winger to play with these new centers that they got,
yeah, Malcolm Spence,
perhaps Malcolm Spence. I really feel like he's just going here, regardless of team.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, so let's just pivot from Carolina to Chicago, because that's what we do here on live podcasts. We have to pivot a lot. And so they have Nazar, right? They have Jason Dickinson. They have Oliver Moore. These are all guys that they've recently drafted in the last 4 or 5 years. Lucas Reichel as well. They got a...
What's the story with Donato?
Donato signed.
Did he sign?
Yes, he did.
Okay, I must have missed that.
He signed a 4-year extension.
All right.
With the team. Sam Rinzel was a great find this year.
Yeah.
Right? They have Leshunov, who they drafted very, very recently.
Last year.
That's right. They have Korchinski, who they drafted the year before that. You know, Vlasic is a young player. Kaiser's a young player. So they have a lot of young D on this team.
Yeah, they do. They have a lot of young players. I mean, they ought to, right? They're one of the...
But they have young players everywhere.
Everywhere. I mean, this is a rebuilding team. They're young everywhere. So you just keep adding.
They just got Spencer Knight.
Just keep adding, keep adding prospects, keep adding talent.
I love Spencer Knight on Chicago.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
They have Drew Comesso.
You think we're going to get a chance to see what we all thought Spencer Knight would be at some point?
I think so. I think if he has a chance, it's with Chicago.
It's probably his best chance.
I think so as well.
It was a Herculean task for this guy to go into Florida and, you know, knock off a Bobrovsky, instant Hall of Famer Bobrovsky.
Yeah.
And especially at his $10 million contract, which, you know, even if he's not playing well, the brass is going to play him anyway because you're paying him $10 million.
Absolutely.
Right? So very difficult for Spencer Knight to kind of do anything there in Florida.
It was a perfect storm in a way because Bobrovsky was not playing up to par necessarily for a $10 million contract.
Right. There was a point where Spencer Knight was playing a few games, right?
That's right.
He might have played 30 games at some point.
Yes. And before Florida's success, there was conversation about a possible buyout. I don't know if
this was before the first cup.
That's right.
Yeah, there was a period there where it was kind of looking very unsettling.
Very, unsettling. So Knight moving on though.
Well, I'm just wondering when are we, you know, hopefully we get a chance to see what Knight, what we thought Knight was when he was drafted.
So because we forgot to go back to it, after this conversation, let's go back to the Shabbat conversation.
Yes, okay.
Let's see what the Chicago picks here at number 29.
Oh, there it is.
Mason West.
Mason West.
Absolutely freaking love it. I absolutely love it. If you listen to the Victor Nuno podcast that we had done last episode, Mason West is a college quarterback who he's not a college quarterback yet, sorry, but he's last year of high school. Yes, dual sport, absolute amazing athlete, 6'6", 218 pounds. He was live at the draft. Supposedly, hockey is forefront on his mind, but he wants to finish his high school year playing number one quarterback for his team. And on top of that, he is possibly possibly a sleeper in this draft.
Yeah. And he must be ecstatic. He went in day one.
Yes.
He went in the first round. So he's got to be super, super happy about that. And yeah, like any one of these dual sport athletes is always kind of tough, right?
Yeah.
It's maybe just a little harder.
Yes.
Now I feel like down the road playing those two sports might help you in certain areas.
I think
but
so.
When it comes to draft day, I think it's a little difficult. And to see this guy go in the first round here, it's pretty exciting.
So as Junior has said before, if you have multiple picks in the first round, you can maybe go for one of these little riskier players.
Yeah, a little swing.
Because, the guy is a quarterback. Like, he's built like a quarterback.
Yeah.
He wants to play football next year. There's already college teams that are recruiting him to play quarterback in the NCAA.
Well, that might stop after tonight.
That might stop after tonight, but it's not a throwaway pick necessarily because he has come out and said that he wants to play hockey, and if they have his quarterback stats here: 2,592 passing yards, 37 TDs, 4 INTs in 2024 season. So instead of putting hockey,
are we looking at a modern day Bo Jackson over here?
It's fun,
perhaps.
Bring it back to the Raiders. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I heard you have to at least mention it once.
I have to mention the Raiders once per episode. Okay. It took me 4 hours and 16 minutes into this one in order to mention it, but I'm happy that I mentioned the Raiders at least once. All right. Guys, so Mason West, I'm not going to...
Behemoth of a man.
Look at
that, 6'6", 220 pounds.
6'6", 220
Incredible.
pounds. Just 46th... he is the 46th overall player according to Elite Prospects. And we're talking about a top high school prospect in the draft. Mobility, even though he's 6'6". Toolsy profile, punctuated by flashes of higher end skill, unlimited projection. We don't know who he is, but we could guarantee you that he's an athlete.
Yeah,
right off the bat.
He's certainly an athlete. That is 100%.
Yeah,
and I'm willing to bet here that if he's playing a prominent quarterback role in high school, it's because he's got some good smarts to go with it.
Yeah, that's very true. Very true. He's actually a pretty good skater as well. Like,
that's interesting, with a frame like that, 6'6" at 220 pounds.
Yeah, I really like this pick as a round one pick.
Yeah, good for him. Good
All
for
right.
him to go.
We have a couple of minutes here. San Jose is on the clock next. Let's just finish that discussion that we had with an $8 million Thomas Chabot and how worth it is he in a salary cap league.
Right. So it's funny. I think the sort of the bar right now for just an all around defenseman. So I'm talking between 40 and 50 points, let's say, who's plays in multiple roles on a team, who's considered either on the top line or second line, and who's playing a lot of minutes. So in this case, Chabot being one of those guys.
Right.
I think that the baseline salary for a lot of these guys you're looking at is $7 to $9 million.
Yeah.
So that's baseline, right? And I'm going to take it back to what we were talking about earlier in the night, where if you're in a league like Lama and you have to dress 66 players need to dress.
Yeah.
Well, if you go on any kind of like ranking or any kind of, stats and you sort them by total points and you look at where the 66th defenseman is, these guys are 25, 28, maybe 30 points.
Right.
So a Chabot is 100% going to be on someone's team. Now, is it worth it at $8 million? Well,
oh my God. So again, I can't believe that Junior is missing this because Bailey is out. WWE superstar Bailey is out to make a pick for the San Jose Sharks as the 30th overall. Good for her. Very happy to see a WWE representation here. You know that on this podcast we have quite a bit of WWE sound bites because,
fans. Let me talk to you.
And it's Joshua Ravensburg.
Well, he did it. He went in the first round.
He went in the first round to San Jose. So I'm just going to put a little, maybe just to accentuate what we were talking about before. So, yes, you're right. I think that if you look at the 66 best defensemen in a league, a lot of these guys that are in their prime or around their prime are getting paid anywhere between.
I just don't think you can get away with it.
No.
So, and if you really look at the defensive landscape, right? Like, how many Cale Makars are out there?
How many? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, there's one Cale Makar, but 2, 3, 4 maybe tops. Like, so if you're not getting one of these guys, like only 3 or 4 teams out of your entire league are going to have this guy. So then it's the rest of the pack. And so now when you look at the rest of the pack, you got to ask yourself, like, what are they making? Well, it's anywhere between $7 and $9 million. That's what the price is for a full-time defenseman, especially a defenseman who is on a long-term contract, right? You're looking at minimum 7 to 9 or 9.5. And with the cap going up, it's only going to get better for some of these guys.
Yes.
So an $8 million hit might, over the next couple of years, might feel more like a $7 million hit. And so if you're getting a 7 or a $6.5 million 40 to 45 point guy, I don't think that's all that bad.
Right. No,
defensemen are expensive. It is a fact of life, because while we're playing the fantasy side of the game, the NHL needs to win. They need a real life defenseman there. So if you're going to put up 25 minutes a night,
yep,
and you're going to defend and you're going to contribute a bit on the power play, you're going to get paid.
That's right.
And that's kind of where we're at. And you see it everywhere. You see it with Seth Jones. You see it with Shabbat. You see it with Noah Hannafin.
With the cap going up, you're going to be expecting these guys to be signing bigger and bigger contracts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? You saw that Dobson just signed $9.5 million for 8 years.
Yeah.
It's going to look great.
It's going to look fantastic.
In year 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Absolutely.
Because we had looked at a chart before this podcast.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
Where, if you take a look at it and you compare it to last year's salary cap percentage-wise, right, it's as if he's signing an $8.5 million.
As of next year.
As of next year.
That's right.
And then as the cap goes up, that cap percentage number is still going down.
I believe it was 8.8 as of next year.
As of next year.
But then it starts going down to 8.5 to 8 to 7.5.
So for equivalency's sake, in year 6, he's like a $6 million defenseman.
Yeah.
In today's day and age.
Yeah, I think that's where they had him at, about $6 million projection, depending on where the cap goes, obviously. Yeah. But his final year will feel like $6 million today.
That's insane.
Yeah.
That's value.
Yeah, absolutely. And so there's a lot of these guys that are still on these long-term contracts, similar to a Shabbat or a Hannafin, or, depending on what Rasmus Anderson signs for. It could be another similar case. He's going to command $8 million.
That's right.
So that could be one of those contracts that also ages very well.
Just bringing it back to Joshua Ravensburg in a bit. He just went to San Jose and picked number 30. He was projected to go in the first round.
Yeah, I think he was the undisputed best goalie, or by most people's projections / scouting.
Elite Prospects had him as number 20. Hold on, I just had this opened and I lost it. 24 overall prospect. Big, composed, and confident goalie who uses all of his tools effectively. Elite puck tracker, and is able to come up with big saves. So 6'5", 190 pounds, right-handed defenseman, shades of Ben Bishop.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought when I saw this guy, is Ben Bishop.
Yeah,
monster, just a monster frame.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. I think it's interesting too that if you look at San Jose's depth chart, they have Askarov, but Askarov is ready
now.
Ravensburg is probably going to be ready in 5 years from now.
Probably 4 to 5.
So you have a nice, San Jose is just building a long term plan here, and it's kind of showing that it's going really well.
Yeah, if they could start off with Askarov, he plays the next 4 years as their undisputed number one. Maybe they get a veteran goalie in there while you give Ravensburgen some time.
Right.
You're looking at year 4, maybe year 5, where it's Askarov and Ravensburgen is backing him up.
That's right.
And then it's a fight to the death to see who takes the starting job after that.
And by then, I mean, Askarov's going to be in his prime.
Yeah.
27,
Right.
right? And Ravensburgen is going to be coming in at 20.
That's right. And then
24.
you see what you have. And, goalies are always a funny thing in the NHL, right? Because
hard to predict.
It's hard to predict their trajectory, their contract length, amount of money. It's super hard. So we got the pick here for Los Angeles.
So Los Angeles pick is in, and it's Henry Brushkevich, defenseman from London on the OHL. London Knights just keep producing some great players.
Yeah. I mean, it's one of the big clubs.
It's one of the big clubs. They scout very well, but they also just produce men. Yeah. Like just smart men. So Brushkevich is 6'1", 194 pounds. He is a USA-born player. I'm just going to add him here to the tracker. He is the Los Angeles pick at 31. And unfortunately, he did not go to Vancouver, where the rest of the Brushkeviches are.
Yeah. I mean, his brother is very talented. That I know. I scouted him to death. I picked him up in Lama, I believe pretty late in the season. Yeah.
So this is the first pick that LA has, right? Because they are a playoff team, and they've been doing actually pretty well. I'm a little bit confused. It's hard for me to project them. That's the part that I find weird.
Do you mean LA's picks?
No, LA as a team.
Oh, LA as a team. Yeah, they're interesting. I kind of like LA always gives me the sense of they're better than what we see.
Yeah.
And they're better than on paper. But then when it comes to the time to put it to get it done, they just kind of never get there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, it doesn't help that the Edmonton Oilers are always in the way. So maybe that has to factor into it.
And I think that's fair because you are going up against one of the best, the best player currently in the NHL. And maybe the second best player.
The best team in the West. I mean,
yes.
If they keep going to the Cup, you got to call them the best, right?
You're absolutely right.
You owe them that respect at the very least.
But it's not because their team is that good.
No.
It's that they have two of the top 2 players in the NHL, or top 3 players, arguably in the NHL. Brushkevich is a highly active blue liner with well-rounded toolkit who looks to create on every puck touch, particularly off the rush, but details need a little bit of refining. He is 6'2", 203 pounds, shades of Rasmus Sandin.
Yeah, I also feel he's like a lot of like his brother. I'd say maybe his brother has a bit more of a scoring touch, but I think very similar game.
Yeah.
Just skates well, does magic on the blue line, But, look at that. Improvements, needs a little bit of limiting turnovers, they're saying here.
Yeah.
Damian Severson is their comp at the NHL.
Yeah, it makes sense.
ESPN.
Makes sense.
But look, like we were talking about, elusive skater, a lot of puck moving, a lot of dancing on that blue line.
And if you want to be in the NHL nowadays, you have to have that puck moving ability.
Yeah, you got to be able
no
to
matter
do
who
that.
you are.
Yeah, you got to be able to do
You could be a defensive defenseman. You got to be able to move the puck.
Yeah.
I think it's just too
That's
fast.
baseline
The NHL
now.
is too fast.
Yeah, it's baseline. Yeah, this could be good for them. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to see how this affects their power play one day.
Right. But I don't know if he's going to be a top power play guy.
I don't think
maybe
so.
Second power play.
I don't think so. But even second is good.
Even second is good. I agree.
Do you think he might be a third pairing defenseman who plays second power play?
Yes.
Kind of that would be his full-time role.
Yes.
Like full-time third line.
Yes.
With consistent power play 2 minutes.
I think so. But he's got to improve his game a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I think that if you look at the NHL today, bottom pairing defensemen that have a specialty like that, I think most teams prefer to have somebody that's defensively sound on their bottom pairing.
Of course.
You know, even if they don't have that offensive upside, at least they're defensively sound. So he's got to get there. Now, can he get there? He has the ability to do so. And if he's anything like his brother, you're really seeing somebody that could make it to the NHL. I think that's what you're looking for. So this is the last pick of the draft, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, we got 1:20 here on the clock. And so this is very interesting because this is the last pick. So that means like, you know, a lot of these guys are going to inevitably be a day tour.
That's right.
And there might be some interesting stuff out there. There might be some interesting people who fell out of the first round.
So Benach is actually somebody that Victor Nuno said he really likes.
Did he like him for the first round?
I don't know about that. I don't know if he liked him for the first round. Schmid is somebody that we're looking at. Fiddler is still available.
Yeah,
Spence is still available.
Spence,
Potter.
I think Spence and Potter, if they fell to the second round, I think would be the biggest surprises here.
Yeah. I think definitely.
Pick is in.
Calgary's
what do you think
pick
Calgary
is
needs?
in.
What do you think they need? More defensemen?
Usually teams
Fiddler?
in this area, they try to get like who's available in day 2 and like we're gonna beat everybody to that player. You know, it's always a risky pick to pick 32. So it looks like the Habs did not sell any player to come back into
To try
the
to get into the first
round.
Yeah.
I think they're very happy with their Dobson trade. Lanny
I think
McDonald.
everybody's happy in Habsland.
I think you should be, and if you're not, you need to find a new sport to watch. Lanny McDonald is here with his stash.
Okay,
as
who are you
always.
saying? Let's go. This is the last one.
I'm gonna
We're
go
going
Fiddler.
32 for 32. Eh?
I like Fiddler.
Fiddler. I like Spence.
All right.
Either way, we're going to be right.
Either way, we're gonna be wrong. Lanny, I love you. This is the end of your draft. This is the end of the draft. 4 hours and 32 minutes, guys. I hope you really
4 hours
enjoyed
32.
this.
Hey, wow.
I hope you enjoyed this. We definitely did.
Yeah,
We-
absolutely.
We kept up the
Thank
energy.
you, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity. It was a lot of fun. This was great. This is great. It's a great exercise. It's fun to go through this process. It's a long one, but you get to, really engage with what's going on and kind of bounce off, ideas and thoughts between us. So yeah, there you are.
And the
There's
pick
last
is
one.
in. Why don't you announce it for the last
Cullen
one?
Potter going to the Calgary Flames at number 32.
So Potter was somebody that actually is the crush of Junior, who is not here to watch his boy get picked, unfortunately. But the Calgary Flames did him a solid, and they picked Cullen Potter. And it's not because of his name reminds you of Harry Potter. Well, that puts a period to this draft. I'm going to talk a little bit about Potter here.
Yeah. Tell me how I should feel about this.
So, according to what I remember in the mock draft that we did, Cullen Potter was a 14% chance of being a star, according to Hockey Prospecting, a 26% chance of being an NHLer. Potter is a center from the NCAA. I'm just going to pull up his profile here. I want to make sure I'm making all my predictions correctly. 30th ranked player according to Elite Prospects. So Calgary really pays for this draft guide. A high-end skater who brings a sniper's release and some playmaking, but it was his growth defensively and physicality that impressed this season. Great skating ability, ankle breaker, evasive, fleet of foot, reminds people of Trevor Moore.
This guy sounds like a Calgary Flame already.
Yeah, 5'10".
Yeah. So
172.
McKean's had him as high as 14.
Wow.
Okay, yeah. Wheeler had him at 16.
Wow.
Yeah. So Bob McKenzie had him at 21. So if you have a lot of stock in what some of these guys write about these players, this is a good value pick.
I agree. It's a great pick. Guy, you know what? It was a fun draft.
Yeah.
It was a fun draft, and I really like the fact that the NHL brought all these people to do the picks. Even though it was a decentralized draft, I was reading a little bit of Cam Robinson's tweet. He said that there was a lot of technology issues at the actual draft.
Okay. In what sense?
I guess communicating between the team's war room
Okay.
and the actual draft.
Yeah, they'll iron that stuff out.
Yeah, they could iron that stuff out if they really
They
want.
could call the NFL and ask for some tips.
Teach me,
Yeah.
right? But I really liked this draft. I did a 4 hours and a half draft.
Yeah. It didn't feel like it, I'll be honest.
But it didn't feel like it.
Not for me anyway.
No, it felt more like a 3-hour draft.
You guys do this every week, so you guys are weather beaten.
Not 4.5 hours, no. And if it was anybody else, I don't think they would have made it.
Yeah.
So I'm
Maybe.
very happy that we brought
So
you
let's
in.
just
Maybe we'll make this an annual tradition.
do we have a little bit of time, or are we kind of like going overboard over here?
No,
Let's just talk about who fell to the second round here.
Yeah, so there's some
interesting
nice
names.
picks that could be available for the second round.
Yeah. Fiddler, are you surprised Fiddler is a day tour?
So I kind of heard Fiddler's name a few times, but it's just his lack of dynamicism that might be what's causing him to fall a little bit here. He's like a good all-round defenseman, but he won't shock you in any one particular way. The draft guide had Fiddler at 23 from the Edmonton Oil Kings of the WHL. So he's a day 2 guy that's going to go early for sure. And plus level mobility, flashes some puck skills. Shutting down the opposition will be his calling card. So he's 6'4", right-handed D. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised he didn't go in the first round, right? This is a kind of player that I thought the Pittsburgh Penguins would draft.
Yeah.
Because they need it.
Malcolm Spence, what do you think?
So Malcolm Spence is
Falling
another
day
one.
2. Another surprising one, no?
Yeah, absolutely. And Malcolm Spence was ranked 21 according to Elite Prospects, and he is a highly disruptive winger with intelligence, high-end details, pro-style habits, easily translatable to the NHL, but lacks a little bit of dynamic talent. Reminds you of Jake Neighbors.
Okay. And I guess...
Give me a third one.
Yeah, last one here. Not so surprising.
Okay.
I think you know who I'm thinking.
I'm already writing his name.
Rybakin. Not so surprising.
Who?
Rybakin.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. How do I spell that, though?
R-Y,
right?
A-B-K-I-N.
That's right. So, ranked number 52, according to Elite Prospects, Rybakin is a violent center, 5'11", 201 pounds, who can thread a needle and hammer the puck. He could turn into the ideal third-line pivot, so long as his motor and consistent involvement take a step forward. Reminds people of Barrett Hayton and Ridley Gregg.
Yeah. So, like we had mentioned earlier in the night, this guy was a highly touted prospect at once upon a time, and slowly kind of been falling down the rank. So, I think at this stage of the game, I don't think anyone's surprised that he's going into day 2.
That's right.
But interesting because, if you're talking, if you're writing once upon a time about how much talent is there, it's not really just disappearing,
That's
out
right.
of nowhere.
There has to be some maturity.
Right. So I think the talent still lives.
Yeah.
So it's going to be interesting where he goes and if he can unlock that at the next level.
Yeah.
And how much of it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think we spoke a little bit about these risers and fallers and him, and he's very reminiscent, not as much, but very reminiscent to me as Brad Lambert.
Right.
Kind of early days, kind of really.
So to that
we're
point,
talking about.
he was ranked top 5 2 seasons ago for this draft.
And Lambert was similar, where he was, maybe top 5, maybe top 3.
Yeah.
Once upon a time, kind of started dipping. I think he maybe, where did he go? 20
That's right.
something. Winnipeg.
I brought up Ryan Merkley.
Yeah, Ryan Merkley, another one. I mean,
All
godly
oozes
talent. Godly talent.
Yeah. But just didn't put it together. And it's hard, right? I mean, these guys are 17 years old.
Yeah, for sure. It's it's not it's not a science here.
No.
Just because you're good, you don't always make it.
Absolutely. Guys, just a reminder, if you stayed with us this long, we love you. Thank you very much. We will not have an episode next week. We're taking a 1-week break. This is the season finale for our second season of the Partial Breakaway podcast. We've seen significant growth, so we thank you very much for that. That's all because of you guys, not as much as because of us. So thank you for following, liking, subscribing, do all the good things to keep us going here. Season 3 is coming up in 2 weeks, and we're going to start with our previews and rankings of all the teams. So, guys, again, thank you very much for coming. Any last words, Mike?
No, just thank you. Thank you to all of you for the opportunity to be here today. And it was a lot of fun.
I hope you enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it.
Absolutely. I really did enjoy it. And thank you. And again, thank you to your very vast and valuable and very talented team.
Yes, the private...
The lawyers, the managers, the training staff, the equipment manager, all of them. I thank them all today for a wonderful experience.
Excellent. All right, guys. Have a good one. Have a good night. Stay safe. And we will see you in a couple of weeks. Take care.